Welcome, everyone. Yeah, I know I played two intros because I played the wrong one the first time, and I'm like, fuck you. I'm going to play I'm going to play the intro that I had for these lives. So you had to sit through two intros. I'm not apologizing. Say hello to everybody. Platform Boots, Cheesy Wheezy, Cherry. Y'all don't encourage Cherry. All right. She's insubordinate enough as it is. Amethyst. Maria Wilcox, Mona Lisa, Michelle Macklin, Phil Doctor, Blue Moon. All right. That seems to be everybody. Let's just get into it. So lately I've been talking about this Teal Swan character. I find her to be fascinating, to say the least. What's up, Tim Tarman? Oh, Tim Tarman. Yeah, you know what? It's usually beneath me to do this, but I mean, I was on panel with Manimal Reacts, right? And I actually really like his channel. At least I did until last night. I mean, what's up, Petty Patty? I I was on his panel, and yeah, I was drinking a little bit of Irish, but like I wasn't like hammered, you know. I mentioned the fact that I'd been drinking as just things to be more or less fun, just to be make things a little fun, but it was really weird. He got really annoyed with the fact that he had a panel and he was playing an interrogation. Now, he was going over the case. I can't remember the woman's name. I know Annie had covered the case, and it was where the woman had put the man in the suitcase. Now, it's very thought provocative. It's very provocative. The idea that somebody could be murdered like that, and but he had an open panel. And he seemed to be getting annoyed with the fact that people were commenting on the video with an open panel. I mean, that's what you do when you have an open panel. So and I would comment, and I was even apologetic because he seemed to be getting annoyed with something that he kind of opened the door for himself to do, so he didn't really have much of a right to get annoyed. And then he throws in my face that I was talking too much because I was drunk. And I was like, no. Now, there are times where that does happen. Last night was not one of those cases. Last night, I was simply commenting on a video that he was sharing that was very provocative in the sense that it provokes thought. And so those of us on panel would comment, and then he would get annoyed. Let's just watch this. Let's just watch this, guys. We're going to watch this, I only got an hour, blah, 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 blah. Well, dude, don't open your panel. Don't open your panel. You know what I mean? Like, so, and I'm not going to take cheap jabs at the guy. I just thought, I was like, I have things that I'd like to say, considering how I was treated on his panel. I thought it was extremely rude, but I've been rude to people on my panel too. So, it does happen. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, like, at the same time, I'm just kind of like, fuck that guy. I just I have no more interest in his channel whatsoever. And it's a shame because he seems to have the right mindset when it comes to true crime. He seems to have a very open mind, and everything of that nature. But what's the point of that if you're not allowing the people on your panel to discuss what you're talking about and what you're showing? You know what I mean? So I was just turned off to the whole way that he ran his open panel at that point, and and throwing me under the bus and trying to make me a scapegoat because I had jokingly admitted that I had been drinking, even though I wasn't showing any signs of being a obnoxious drunk in any way, shape, or form. Uh, so, and in a little while after I finish my Diet Mountain Dew, I will be pouring some wine and we'll be having some fun. I don't know how long this live is going to be. It could be an hour, it could be 4 hours. Who knows? I'm here to hang out with you guys, and we're here to discuss Teal Swan because I find her to be a fascinating character. And if I choose to open up the panel, then guess what? Everybody is going to get a chance to be able to discuss what they want to discuss. You're allowed to express your opinions. As a matter of fact, if you're on my panel, the way that I treat my panelists is your thoughts merit me pausing what we're going over. You come first because I brought you as guests. So if you have thoughts to express on my panel because I brought you up on my panel, then you will have that freedom to express your thoughts. So just to let you know, just to let you know. But tonight we'll be discussing Teal Swan. I don't know how many of you have watched or at least started watching The Deep End on Hulu. That is a documentary about her. She seems to think that that she's unfairly depicted in this documentary, and I disagree. Because just like all of the other stuff that I've done here on this channel where I review other creators, I mean, all I'm doing is showing their own words coming out of their faces. So you know, you don't get to sit there and complain and whine that somebody depicted you a certain way when it was you that depicted yourself a certain way. And you're open to criticism. If you are a public figure, and me, I use the term loosely, being a public figure. I use that term very loosely. I only have 35 people watching right now. But the fact of the matter is I'm still open to criticism. I come up here and you have every right to do a critical video of me. Fair use dictates criticism. That it's under YouTube terms of service that criticism falls under fair use. And anybody who puts themselves out there like we are is subject to that criticism. So I don't feel bad at all. And I don't in any way, shape, or form feel that she gets to make the excuse that nobody should be talking about her or should be saying anything negative about her, you know. And the people who feel that way are the people who I like to talk about the most. So now one of the things that I find really fascinating about Teal Swan is, admittedly, in the first episode of this documentary series, and it's a 4-part documentary series. Admittedly, what she does is she says that she has been in since her boyfriend Blake, right? The guy that she was with from a very young age. Well, not a very young age, but a young age, after her alleged assault that she had to suffer and go through. She immediately went into this relationship with this guy named Blake, and then for whatever reason it didn't work out romantically, but she still kept him around, and he was there for her whenever, in whatever capacity that she wants or needs, and she expects him to be at whatever capacity that she wants or needs. Anything that is in the interest of her interests, anything. So that's the level that Blake would be at. Now, since they broke up the first time, even though he stuck with her all of this time until recently, she had 15 relationships. She claims to have been in 15 relationships, right? Married 5 times. Out of those 15 relationships, she was married 5 times. But for some reason, she feels that she's an expert on relationships, which I find very, very funny. And a lot of people think that she's dangerous. I'm just not going to give her that much credit, because I just don't. I watch her, and even, I mean, if you guys, any of you were here, if any of you here were earlier today when I was covering the Nicholas Cruz trial, his death sentence trial. While that was in recess, I had a gentleman named Tom up here on panel with me, and I showed him what we were talking about. And anybody with common sense and any self-respect is going to see right through her. Immediately, he saw right through her. So, and we're gonna see this now too. Now, keep in mind, now this one I haven't watched yet. This is going to be a reaction, but the title of this really got my attention. The title of this video that she does here is called "How to Talk and Understand an Extreme Liar." Since I see her as an extreme liar, and the most person that she lies to the most, the person that she lies to the most would be herself, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing. So we're gonna go over a little bit of that because I'm really curious. I'm really curious as to what she considers a liar to be and how to deal with a liar, since I consider her to be a major one. Oh, sorry about that, guys.
How to exist and communicate with a manipulator, pathological liar, and maybe even a psychopath.
Wow.
We have a 3-year-old daughter, and I have to be in contact with him in the future.
Now, mind you, keep in mind, guys, this is somebody who has been diagnosed with almost every emotional dysfunction that there is in the human mind. She's been diagnosed with every personality disorder that there is. She's been diagnosed with bipolar. She's been diagnosed with depression, anxiety, all of that stuff, ADHD, all of that. I've been diagnosed with a few of these things myself. The difference is that she doesn't seem to acknowledge or learn from any of this. And considers these things to make her an expert on how to tell other people how to live their lives.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh my god.
First, I'm going to say that people like this are really good at putting you in situations where, in order to appease them, you're going to have to completely screw your own needs, which really sucks. And I'm not going to be able to tell you how to get around that, because it's going to have to be left up to your own willingness to either let go of your own boundaries or keep them.
Now, I'm not a body language expert,
The
but
answer
I find it interesting how she has her arms crossed. Like she showed already frustration with the question. You know, how do you deal with somebody who's clearly a manipulator and possibly a psychopath, you know, a liar, a manipulator. This is something that she, I believe, is aware of in herself, but refuses to face, because she gets accused of this and she gets extremely defensive. And right now, her body language is absolutely someone, in my opinion, that is on the defense right now, because she has this slight sense of self-awareness that she falls under these categories. She's very capable, if not active, in these traits.
Particular question, besides doing internal work around why you even attracted yourself.
So, and then she feels kind of attacked. So she's already, what she's doing is attacking the person asking the question. She's already feeling attacked, that it's a question somehow, you know, targeted at her, but it wasn't. It was a general question, but she took it in a certain way to where now she's like kind of attacking the person asking the question. Let's see her reaction again one more time.
Communicate with them.
Let's just watch this from the beginning one more time so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Exactly, Cherry. She totally knows she's full of shit.
How to exist and communicate with a manipulator, pathological liar, and maybe even a psychopath. We have a 3-year-old daughter, and I have
Look
to
at
be in contact
look at how
with her.
frustrated she is with that question. It's a very general question, and she
Oh my
claims
God.
to know the answers to these questions.
All right. First, I'm going to say that people like this are really good at putting you in situations where, in order to appease them, you're going to have to completely screw your own needs, which really sucks. Because, and I'm not going to be able to tell you how to get around that because it's going to have to be left up to your own willingness to either let go of your own boundaries or keep them.
Already,
But
she's giving the disclaimer like, I'm not
the
going to tell you
answer
how to get around that.
to this particular question, besides doing internal work around why you even attracted yourself vibrationally to this person in the first place, which is shadow work, it's completion process work, it's that type of thing.
It's really not that complicated. It's
You're going
self-respect.
to have to get good at the game of appeasing this person. The good news is that this type of person has a psychology that is incredibly easy to manipulate.
I find that funny because what she's doing is now, to me, the answer to that question, if you were to ask me that very same question, how do you appease somebody who's clearly a manipulator, blah, blah, blah. How do you handle having somebody like this in your life? Right. My easy answer to that is have enough self-respect to eject them from your life. You don't need people like that in your life. You're not helping them, much less yourself, by having somebody like that in your life. Period. Like, it's really simple. Somebody who's a psychopath, whatever. I don't even care if it's your own kid, because you're not doing your kid any favors. You're not doing your child any favors if your child is like this and makes you fall victim to their manipulation and they are possibly a psychopath. You're not doing them any good. What people like this need, and I don't believe it will help them either, but what people like this need is to be shown that that behavior is not going to be tolerated. So I'm not going to allow you to be that way with me. And if you are this type of person who falls under these type of personality traits, you carry these personality traits, well, guess what? I don't need you in my life. Either the traits go or you go along with the traits. One way or the other, those traits are not going to be a factor in my life. I have enough self-respect to make sure that I don't have that in my life. But the difference, the reason why she's sitting here acting like this is how you put up with it, is because she is exactly these things. And she knows this is her tactic for keeping the followers that she has. So instead of saying eject them from your life, well, that would cost her money, wouldn't it? So she tells you this is how you put up with it.
And if your number one goal basically is to stay safe in this situation yourself and to help your child feel okay, you're going to have to develop the capacity to manipulate them. And to do that, it's basically appeasing them. It is pacifying them. It is playing into their psychology. These people are an enemy to narcissistic injury like you cannot imagine. You cannot create narcissistic injury. That means if you want to manipulate them in a way that makes it so that your life is okay around this person, you have got to butter them up. You have got to constantly feed their ego. You've got to word and structure everything you do around that. You are protecting one of the most fragile egos that exists on the planet, basically. So
It's a panda girl.
if I were in your situation, besides doing that deep, intense internal work, which, that's easy. It's like
totally
one of the
Amethyst.
videos I talk about. And you can do that kind of stuff. I would make a complete study and practice of how to say things and do things that cause the person to react in the way that I want them to react. So, let's say that you need to assert a boundary.
So right there, she's basically describing a game. It's a power game, right? This is what you do. You're playing a power game with a narcissistic person who's abusive, who's a psychopath, who's manipulative, right? You're playing a power game with them, but you keep them in your life. But instead, you play a power game with them instead of actually having enough self-respect to eject them from your life. There's absolutely nothing wrong, people, and I want you to really understand this. There's absolutely nothing wrong with having a standard for the type of person that you want in your life and defending the standard that you've set, defending the boundaries that you have set. I mean, that's the point of boundaries. What's the point of boundaries if you're constantly allowing someone to cross them and then you make excuses as to keeping them in your life? And then you convince yourself, because I mean, when you say, when you say butter them up, and you hear things like butter them up and just pacify them and cater to their ego as advice, immediately anybody in my chat with self-respect goes, no, fuck that. No, I'm not going to appease to their ego. It's like what happened last night, right? Basically, what happened last night when I was on someone else's panel is this person decided to use something and use it to kind of discredit me to justify their being rude and cutting people off from being able to express their opinions on their panel, right? So I could have either continued saying, hey, sorry about that, because I did. At first, I was like, okay, sorry about that, because it was his panel and I wanted to respect him. But when he took jabs, cheap jabs, to try to justify his being rude, that's when I had a boundary and had enough self-respect to leave the panel. I didn't need to be on that dude's panel. You know what I mean? There was no need to be on there. He had an open panel and I was trying to contribute to his content. So, but once I was insulted, it was very easy for me to go, I don't need this shit. You see what I'm saying? I didn't feel the need to cater to his ego. I didn't feel the need to continue being in a position to where he was going to scapegoat me and yet play to his ego. What good does that do me? What good does that do him? The best and most logical and empathetic thing for me to do at that moment, since he thought I was being so rude on his panel and speaking too much, was to simply leave the panel. You see what I'm saying? So there's nothing wrong. There's absolutely nothing wrong with setting a boundary for yourself and defending that boundary, making sure nobody ever crosses it. Because if your boundary, if you tell yourself you're the type of person that you're not putting up with anybody's shit, right? Well, then what good is that if you don't defend it? What good is that if you don't stand by it? What good is that if you don't express that when the time comes where you need to express it? You're not being true to yourself. So what kind of shit is this person trying to peddle here when she's saying to appease somebody like this? I mean, it makes no sense.
Boundary, or let's say that you want something from them, you need to figure out what and how to say it, basically, that you will get that specific reaction. I would love to tell you more, hopeful truth there about that relationship, but it's not gonna happen. You're not gonna get like a super awakened attitude out of that person. So
how do you know that? You've
in
never
that type
met
of a
them.
situation, conscious manipulation.
But it's
very
safe to
different than
assume that
subconscious
because
manipulation
anybody who's
is
stupid
actually a
enough to
valuable
follow you and
skill
ask
to
you
learn.
for
It's what any
advice.
good salesman learns. How do I word this so that this person will react the way I want them to? You got to be thinking about that. So make a study of this person. If your ego, if your identity gets in a fight with him, my boundaries versus your boundaries, you're totally gonna lose. Like, because the thing is that what makes these types of people so dangerous is they've been isolated for so long. Even if they are
How do you
around
know that?
people, they're isolated. Trust me. They've been isolated for so long that they don't really have much to lose by getting rid of relationships. So they can pull moves that other people can't pull. So you will lose against this person, like quite literally, when
Right,
it comes to
because
any kind of
and
a
everybody
tactical
loses against you.
approach, because they're not looking to get along. That's what to understand about them. That's why conscious manipulation is basically your best strategy with these types of people.
Or just
They don't want to have a good relationship
say
with you.
fuck
They don't give
them
a shit.
and walk away from them.
Literally.
Boot them out of your
winning,
life.
And they care about their
Easy.
own identity. So understanding those are the motivations of this person will make it so that what you say and do and how you act
What is
will be different.
what is the nature of someone whose solution to dealing with a manipulative, abusive person is to manipulate them back? Somebody who has a lack of self-respect, in the sense that they don't have enough self-respect to just walk away. But B, more importantly, in my opinion, is that's somebody of an abusive nature themselves. I want somebody like this in my life so that I can out manipulate them, so that I can out bully them. That's not somebody that I want to be involved with on a personal level. And yet people worship this woman. But her solution to dealing with narcissistic, abusive people is not to have enough self-respect to walk away from them or to keep their own children away from them, but it's to contribute to the problem. And then there's a back and forth of people manipulating each other. And then you're setting this example for your children, because you are the example of your children being adults, are you not? So her solution, her parenting method basically, is to set this example for your children who are watching this. Instead of, hey, you are an important, good person, and you don't need this kind of shit in your life. And it's so easy to pack a bag, get up, and walk out the door. It's that easy. Because you can either struggle on your own to pay bills and do whatever you have to do. You can either struggle to do that, or you can struggle every day wondering whether or not this person is going to victimize you. But either way, you're going to struggle. Which struggle is more beneficial to you? So, I mean, but her method is the opposite. It's the absolute opposite. It's very,
will be different.
It's disheartening because there's so many people who listen to her and take what she says to heart. As fast as
you can get on healing these patterns with your own childhood relationships, the better, because that is what actually makes you a match to this type of person repetitively in your experience.
Wow. Let's dive a little deeper here as to where let's see what she thinks your life is. Relationship, should we talk about, would she go over that? Now remember, I'm reacting to most of these. A lot of these I haven't even watched yet. Most of these I haven't even watched yet. Let's see what she thinks self-hate is. This is a short video.
Using these words sort of liberally, we have to understand that a child perceives a push away anytime there is rejection, anytime there is a disapproval. That is perceived as a distancing move. And that threatens the internal system of a human so much that the only way to gain alignment with the people in your life is to push away that aspect of self. So essentially, you're creating this internal triangulation against an aspect of self so as to gain closeness with the people around you.
What?
This begins this process of splitting oneself. Now, let's say I split myself off from that aspect of me as sensitive because I can't really have and love and value and listen to and hear that aspect of me that's sensitive at the same time as maintaining a good relationship with mom and dad or society. Then I have actively moved into a position of opposite self-love. I've started to split myself. And this can easily turn into, at the most graduated forms of this, the perception of self-hate. Underneath all hate is actually pain. We go back in childhood and let's say
listen to
that
that
you were
again.
always pushed away by the people in your life because you were a sensitive child. And by pushed away, I'm using these words sort of liberally. We have to understand that a child perceives a push away anytime there is rejection, anytime there is a disapproval. That is perceived as a distancing.
It's very manipulative what she's doing right now. So right now what she's doing is talking about self-hate, and she's using an example that you were pushed away as a child. If you're holding pain, whatever, you were pushed away as a child. So she's targeting people who feel like they had a shitty childhood. Now, maybe you did, but talking about, she goes into something to the effect of splitting yourself in two, which makes zero sense to me. Again, she's not offering solutions here. She's just acting like she knows you. She's picking certain scenarios and she's generalizing them to the point to where she can get a mass amount of people to relate to what she's talking about. And then she gives no advice. She just basically hooks you and keeps you on the hook, but gives no actual advice.
Sensing move. And that threatens the internal system of a human so much that the only way to gain alignment with the people in your life is to push away that aspect of self. So essentially, you're creating this internal triangulation against an aspect of self so as to gain closeness with the people around you. This begins this process of splitting oneself.
What?
And let's say I split myself off from that aspect of me as sensitive because I can't really have and love and value and listen to and hear that aspect of me that's sensitive at the same time as maintaining a good relationship with mom and dad or society. Then I have actively moved into a position of opposite self-love. I've started to split myself. And this can easily turn into, at the most graduated forms of this, the perception of self-hate. Underneath all hate is actually pain. We go back.
She loves to talk about,
let's say that
pain, right? She loves to discuss pain, and she loves people to stay dwelling on the pain. You watch her, I mean, there's never a point where you're getting over the pain. There's never a point to where you've learned how to manage your pain. It's just always dwell on the pain, stay on the pain, express the pain, understand that you are in pain. And what that does is it leaves people in a vulnerable position to where they are more receptive to her and they hunger more for her advice, which she never actually gives. So she keeps you in a very vulnerable place emotionally in order for you to be more dependent on her. It's very manipulative and it's very slick. Let's see what she considers a toxic environment. She says it's interesting to
me that we understand very quickly that it's not possible to heal a broken leg when you're in a war zone. Like if you got a doctor sitting there with you on a battlefield who's like trying to put everything back together and putting the cast on, and then like another bomb goes off and it's like, the cast I just put on is off again. It's easy for us to be like, oh, that doesn't work. You have to first bring somebody to a place of safety. But we don't seem to understand this on an emotional level. And a lot of times we leave ourselves in these places which
we do.
Not conducive to emotional.
Yeah, we do.
Yet we think that we should be able to do that. No, I should have the fortitude to be able to love myself the way I am, even though I'm around this person who constantly is ripping me down or whatever it is. I should be able to perfectly take somebody else's best interest regardless of whether they're smacking me all day long. You will always be influenced by others. It's unhealthy not to be. But like, to be completely powerless in a relationship is not particularly healthy. But that being said, why would you do that to yourself would be my question to somebody. Why would you do that? It is interesting to me.
I agree with you. But why are you not offering the alternative of just simply getting out of the situation? Why wouldn't you do that? Because again, what she offers is treatment, not a cure, right? So if you have cancer, there's no cure for cancer, but there's plenty of medication and treatment to keep it at bay. Once you've beaten your cancer, you're going to have to stay on a certain amount of medication in order to keep it in remission. Oh, I would love to know how to embrace my divine masculinity. I would love to know how to embrace my divine masculinity.
Every man is unique, right? Every man is a different expression of this divine masculine energy. So when one man expresses forward movement, it may look like building a house. When another man expresses forward movement, it may look like, doing what Usain Bolt does. When this man expresses, forward movement, it may look like acting. I mean, it's totally dependent on whatever specific man, but a man cannot be in that passive state and be healthy. So if we simplify it and make it about
Neither can a
really
woman.
recognizing what these qualities of masculinity are and making sure that we are stepping into those and letting those come through us, that's how to embrace divine masculinity.
What?
And we could say that every man is unique.
Oh my God. Okay, let's hear the truth about narcissism and codependency.
The truth about narcissism and codependency is that they are not personality disorders. They are adaptive relationship strategies. Now that I've hit you with that truth right out the gate, let me explain further.
Okay. I want you guys to understand something. She is not a licensed mental health professional. There are tons of videos from licensed mental health professionals expressing concern about what she's saying.
Now, some people are aware
and
of
the influence
fact that
she
they
has.
grew up in a dysfunctional home. However, many people aren't. In fact, they don't know they grew up in a dysfunctional family dynamic, or they're in complete denial about it. And this is, of course, enhanced by the fact that we have the tendency to normalize whatever environment we grew up in. To understand more about this, I encourage you to watch my video titled How Normalization is Hurting You and Hurting Society. When I say dysfunctional, what does this mean? Dysfunctional means the following. The way the family system operates, and especially the way that the needs of each family member is met, is destructive to the individual members of the family. It diminishes instead of enhances the well-being of each member of the system. The way the relationships operate within the family system causes disturbances regarding the emotional, mental, and physical well-being of the individual members of said family. Therefore, we cannot say that the family system works well. The hidden reality in a dysfunctional family system is the following. I'm going to spell it out for you clearly.
Hold on a second.
Each member of the family is really out for themselves and well-being of the individual members of said family. Therefore, we cannot say that the family system works well.
What?
The hidden reality in a dysfunctional family system is
so right there, what that does, that right there is some cult shit. Okay? To say that it's not is completely in denial. So to sit here and say that the family system, the traditional family system, does not work well, even though it is nature, it is as natural as anything in the Darwinian sense. Okay, there's something called the nuclear family, and it's not a question of whether or not the system works as far as family goes. It's a question of whether or not people in that, the adults in that family system, whether or not they're meeting their responsibilities, whether they be financial, emotional, whatever. Right? So to sit here and say that the family system doesn't work, what that does is it subconsciously sends a message to her listeners saying, don't listen to your family. Listen to me. I'm better than the family system. I'm the one giving you advice. I'm the one leading you. I'm the one telling you what you need to be doing. Don't depend on your family system. Desert your family and come listen to me.
The following. I'm going to spell it out for you clearly. Each member of the family is really out for themselves.
Wow.
Each person is pursuing their own interest, and nobody is reliably interested in anyone else's well-being but their own.
What?
Now, when I say it's a hidden reality, I mean it's a really hidden reality. Many of these dysfunctional relationship dynamics are so gaslighting, they're made to look on the surface like the exact opposite of this. So instead of those dynamics looking
The funny
everyone-
thing about this is that she is merely expressing what she feels about her own family. Maybe she grew up in a dysfunctional family. What she claims to have happened is that her family didn't know how to handle her because she had certain issues and she was a difficult child to manage. I was a difficult child to manage. But what she holds against her family is the fact, or allegedly, that a gentleman who was 60 years old ended up taking her in and saying, since you can't handle her, give me a shot at handling her. And then SA'd her in the worst possible way, kept her prisoner, and just constantly assaulted her in the worst possible ways you can think of. So if this is true, and I have no doubt, I have no reason to doubt that it is, that, you know, that it isn't. I have no reason to think that it isn't. I have no reason to doubt her as far as that goes. As a matter of fact, her behavior exudes somebody who's just simply still angry about it. And rightfully so. I'm not faulting her for being angry about it. But what she's doing, instead of dealing with this issue in a productive, in a healthy manner, what she's doing is she's saying, instead of going, I have work to do, she's saying, all of you need to be where I'm at. All of you need to see the world the way that I see it, based on the things that I experienced in my childhood and what I had to go through. So all of you have to relate to me on my level, by my standards. Instead of doing any work to fix herself, she is using her appearance and she's using her vocabulary to manipulate people in the masses to validate herself. She's using people en masse to validate herself, which is extremely unhealthy in my personal opinion. Now, this is just my opinion. I feel comfortable saying these things, even though I'm not a mental health professional. Since she feels comfortable telling everybody else without any formal training whatsoever, I feel no guilt or shame in doing the same to her. But the difference is I don't claim to know more than a mental health professional. This is just my uneducated opinion based on my experiences and dealing with people that she reminds me of.
everyone's out for themselves, those dynamics look like, I've sacrificed everything in my life for you. For example,
see, that's
let's say
not
that
everybody.
in a family system dynamic, you have a parent who has.
That doesn't mean that every parent out there throws that in their child's face. She's just assuming that that's what all parents do, is say, I sacrificed everything for you. Just because her parents probably did it to her, that doesn't mean that every other person that's listening to you has gone through the same thing. And then by planting the idea that they did, even though they may not have, is really manipulative and shitty. And it's gaslighting when you're accusing people of gaslighting.
Who has dedicated their entire existence to their child succeeding at a specific sport. That child may grow up to be an adult who has all kinds of disturbances on a mental, emotional, and even physical level. But their narrative may be something like, my gosh, I'm just so lucky that my parents sacrificed literally everything to let me succeed and for me to chase my dreams. In reality, this parent may have in fact been motivated to drive the success of their child for their own personal.
Let me tell you what you already know, people. Let me tell you, parents out there, what you already know. What you're doing by enrolling your child into extracurricular activities, what you're doing is you're teaching them how to succeed and handle success. It is an exercise for the future. you're teaching them how to interact and coexist on a team player basis with other peers, because you're going to have to do this in the workplace when you grow up. You're going to have to do this with neighbors when you move into a neighborhood. You're going to have to function in society in a productive manner. And so what you're doing is preparing your child for independence. If you are a decent person and your heart is in the right place, you're not doing it to make your child validate you in some way. There are shitty parents out there that do that. I'm not saying that's not the case in some cases. What I'm saying is it's not generally the case. To put that out there as if it's a general thing and all parents are doing this, and all children look at their parents like, hey, they sacrificed for my dreams. No, you met halfway. A functional situation where a parent enrolls their child in, say, soccer, right? Or ballet in her case, right? That means the child expressed an interest in this and the parent goes, okay, but if you do it, you're going all the way. If I'm going to spend the money on soccer cleats and soccer balls and a goal in the backyard, you're going to work hard at it. And I'm going to meet you halfway on that. And anytime you want to kick around the soccer ball, you let dad know, and I'll go out there and kick around the soccer ball with you. I will play goalie while you take shots to the goal. I will do these things because it's going to make you better at what you took an interest in. But you have to go all the way. You don't get to half-ass it. Right? So to say that every parent, when they do this, is only self-serving is absolutely irresponsible and extremely manipulative.
Personal needs and desires the entire time, no matter the adverse effect on their child. Needs and desires like fueling their own positive self-concept, the desire to create invisible strings of indebtedness so that their child will support them in turn, or success by proxy. When this is the case, even if the child doesn't realize
that's the deal,
what
dude.
is happening on a conscious level.
That's the unspoken deal, bro. Lady, understand this. That's the unspoken deal. It's like when George in Seinfeld was like, we had a deal with the pigeons. Like, we come at them and they move. They fly away. We had a deal. And he accidentally runs over some pigeons, and the girlfriend is like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. He's like, we had a deal with the pigeons. They're supposed to move, right? The unspoken deal with your parents is they do the best they can to raise you and teach you how to be independent, and they love you unconditionally, no matter what. And then when they get old, you take care of them in some way. When they're too old to be able to take care of themselves, even if it's putting them in a home, whatever. The unspoken deal is you have to pay it back, you know? But you do it because you love your parents. You don't do it like, fuck, you know? I mean, shit. They put me in ballet when I asked them to put me in ballet, so I guess I'm going to fucking, you know, I guess I'm going to let them sleep in the house and watch over them and get them a nurse. Fuck. I guess I have to do that. That's hardly ever the case. People do it because they love their family and they want to help. That's what family does. Her perception of family is so fucking warped that it poisons the people that she's listening that listen to her.
On a subconscious level, they know that something just isn't right. But of course, they tend to internalize this whole dynamic and instead tell themselves the story, there's something seriously wrong with me. So basically, no matter what the narrative is that they're telling themselves, they will suffer and they will experience all of the detrimental and destructive effects of that dysfunctional family system dynamic. So the first thing that's important to understand is that in a dysfunctional system dynamic, the family is very rarely, if ever, going to admit to the fact that they're dysfunctional. In fact, the narrative is going to be exactly the opposite. This means pretty much everybody in that family is going to completely deny the fact that everybody.
Tim, you're right, and I completely agree with you. And too many people do that. They blame their child, and she does this. She'll criticize somebody for it, but at the same time, she'll tell you and encourage you to focus on that pain because that pain defines you. But what it does is just keeps her listeners in a very, like I said, vulnerable emotional state to where they're more receptive to what she says. She breaks you down. It's extremely manipulative.
Everyone's out for
And yeah,
themselves.
and I agree with you, Tim, in the sense that you don't, I mean, it's just weak and cowardly to blame your childhood for your actions as an adult. You know, once you realize you had a bad childhood, and once you go through the steps of facing these particular torments and particular traumas that took place in your childhood, the whole point behind that is so that you don't let it affect you as an adult. Now it can, but once you realize it, the idea is to work through it so that it does not affect you as an adult. It's not so that you dwell on it and blame the rest of the world and then come to her and give her money every time she comes out with a new book saying, I know how much pain you went through. And that's all she says. She doesn't say what to do ever. And when she does, it makes no sense.
Themselves. If everyone in a family system is out for themselves, then that system or the relationships that are taking place within it are not reliably safe. The definition of an unsafe relationship is a relationship with somebody who cannot take you as a part of themselves and therefore cannot experience your best interests as being a part of their own. This is a state of disconnection and perceived separateness where they cannot see you, feel you, hear you, or understand you to even know what your best interests really are. It's essentially a lack of attunement and a lack of love. A person in a dysfunctional family system can oppose your well-being for the sake of their own. In a dysfunctional family system, the members start to play zero-sum games with each other. It's a recipe for pain, conflict, and even abuse.
Let's talk about the importance of taking care of your mental health. The key to great therapy is finding a therapist you can truly connect with.
When we are part of a family system like this, in order to ensure our own well-being, we essentially have the choice to do one thing, and that's to jump on the bandwagon of vying for our own personal interests and finding any adaptive strategy we can use in order to stay most safe and in order to best meet our needs within that family system. There are so many strategies that a child can use and can employ to try to accomplish this. I'm going to give you just some examples of so many. They can become oppositionally defiant. They can become hyperachievers. They can become cunning manipulators. They can make themselves invisible. They can become people pleasers. They can become cheerleaders, maybe caretakers, helpers, or enablers. They can become peacemakers or mediators. They can become the one in the family that lightens the mood. They can become hyper-responsible. They can become the household managers. They can become the martyrs, or they can become the scapegoat or golden child. What's important to understand is that before a child selects and employs these specific strategies, they're faced with a powerful choice. 1, to go through the front door relative to their own interests and oppose or fight against the other members of that family system for their own best interest and for their own needs and for their own desires. Or 2,
Wow.
they can go through the back door. When a child decides to employ the strategy of going in the back door, they become hyper attuned to the interests and needs of the other people in that family system. And they start to manipulatively set up a dynamic where they conform to those interests so as to get their own needs reliably met. Now, it is this choice point that we see the development of codependency and narcissism in our lives. People who develop their relationship adaptation style of narcissism decide at a subconscious level that because no one is really concerned for their welfare, benefit, and best interests, the world is a hostile place, they must survive by detaching from others, cutting themselves off from connection and affinity, and being concerned only for their own welfare, benefit, and interests, regardless of the impact on others. For example, a child who develops this style of relating to their parents and to their family system, they may find it impossible to admit to their dependence on their parents. They may enter into consistent conflict with them. They may refuse to reciprocate. They may struggle with feeling empathy towards other members of that family system. They may monopolize conversations and become completely obsessed with their own personal successes and achievements. In adulthood, they may not really see, hear, or feel other people and therefore will not consider them. They may exploit other people in order to meet their own needs and at the expense of others without perceiving the pain they're causing. They may be hyper-focused on their own grandiose accomplishments to cover up for their own low self-esteem. And they may dupe people by entering into a relationship with a person by showing the person excess attention, adoration, and affection so as to influence the person to become committed, dependent, and obligated to them, thus gaining power over that person at the same time as experiencing the self-esteem inducing personal success of getting them. People who develop this relational adaptation style of codependency have understood that because everybody else is only interested in their own welfare and their own best interests, the best way for them to actually go about surviving and thriving in their
That's not
environment
everybody.
is to, in fact, get rid of or give away or not even find in the first place aspects of their identity, to give themselves a way to conform to the expectation of others, to get the approval of others, to fill in with those interests of others. And by doing so, to create this emotional contract that often takes place at a subconscious level, whereby meeting the other people's needs, their own needs somehow get met. You will hear pretty much everywhere that codependents place a lower priority on their own needs while being excessively preoccupied with the needs of others. This is not true. It only looks like that on the outside. The reality is that the preoccupation with the needs of others is their method for getting their own needs met.
Wait, let me hear that one more time.
Needs somehow get met. You will hear pretty much everywhere that codependents place a lower priority on their own needs while being excessively preoccupied with the needs of others. This is not true. It only looks like that on the outside. The reality is that the preoccupation with the needs of others is their method for getting their own needs met.
I agree with that.
For example, a child who develops this relational style of codependency may never make their own decisions.
Well,
They
but
may
that's
never
obvious.
actually
Like
try to find.
I mean, I don't think anybody with common sense sees it that way, though. She's sitting here saying, okay, well, it looks like it on the outside that people who are codependent are looking to meet the needs of others. That's not true. It's nobody thinks of codependency that way. Codependency is obviously that, I mean, it means that you need something to depend on. You need someone to depend on. That's literally what it means. So what is she talking about when she says that it appears this way? No, it doesn't appear this way. It appears how it is, but the way it appears is the way that you just explained it. It's not you didn't make this discovery. you didn't make this revelation, Teal Swan. We all already knew that. So, I mean, again, super manipulative, very, very, very manipulative in saying in her methods right there. Like, you're not the one who came up with that. Codependency is codependency. As a matter of fact, let's just do this. All right. No, I don't need to read a whole essay on it. I just want, here we go. Codependent, characterized by excessive emotional or psychological reliance on a partner, typically one who requires support on account of an illness or an addiction. That's, we all already knew that. I just wanted to read the definition to confirm you didn't come up with that, Teal Swan. So to come off like you made this amazing revelation is ridiculous. It's laughable, actually.
To find their identity or give up their own identity for the sake of conformity to the parents. This includes adopting their parents' values. These children may go about their life constantly trying to please the other people within this family system, especially whoever they perceive to be the most dangerous within that family system. They will never assert themselves into conversation. they may go about trying to fix everybody else's problems within that family system dynamic. Why? Because they're trying to secure their own sense of security and stability. In their adulthood, they may not be able to identify the difference between their own boundaries and other people's boundaries.
This is all a
They may be
tactic.
passive aggressive and fail to communicate. They might sacrifice all of their other needs and desires for the sake of getting the approval of others. They might become obsessed with securing a sense of their own moral goodness. And they might dupe people by entering into a relationship with another person and mirroring them, leading the other person to perceive a sameness or compatibility exists, which doesn't actually exist. Any member of a dysfunctional social system dynamic, including a family.
I mean, all you got to do is use your eyes, people. Use your eyes. 15 failed relationships. 5 failed marriages. She's barely 40, if she's 40. 5 failed marriages, right? Yet here she is, and she's an expert on codependency and relationships with no formal training whatsoever. Look at the anger in her eyes, like right now, just right there on that freeze frame. You can see right behind her eyes, and you can see how angry she is. Clearly. I mean, it's just clear.
Has a deep well of fear and a deep well of grief relative to relationships in general, as well as a deep struggle with their own self-concept. Because in a dysfunctional system dynamic, there's no real experience of love, only the facade of love. Anybody who grows up in this dysfunctional dynamic fundamentally believes that at the core they are unlovable. Why this is important to understand is because what unites the codependent and the narcissist is a core self-concept of shame.
What?
This shame that is at the base experience of their life causes them to go on a lifelong quest to try to feel good about themselves. Both have learned that in an unloving world, they cannot get love and they cannot get their needs met freely from others. Therefore, they have to oppose people and or manipulate people to get what they want and need. Narcissism and codependency definitely exist on a scale of severity.
Totally, Michelle.
You definitely
Absolutely.
see that dynamic within people. They're no different than any dysfunctional adaptation. Narcissism and codependency are both complex dysfunctional relationship strategies that people learned and adopted in order to be able to stay safe in their specific family system. And this way of being in their family system becomes their default way of being in relationships with other people in general. To understand more about this concept of behavioral dysfunction being nothing more than an adaptation, I would encourage you to watch my video titled
Of course you
The
would.
Root of Mental Illness is Unsafety.
I'm making this quick video because it has been 1 month since joining the Cash Flow 101 system.
All right.
And so what I wanted to do is
Let's watch another one. Okay. Why compatibility in a relationship is not about sameness.
Compatibility is one of the most important elements of any relationship, and it is only by accurately assessing compatibility that you can accurately decide upon what type
Right,
of
Tim,
relationship
I
is
know.
right between you and another person, or what type of arrangement, or shall we say configuration, is right between you and another person. Simply put, compatibility is a state of harmony when two things can occur or exist together without causing conflict.
Right.
If two things are compatible,
Okay.
their coexistence is beneficial and adds to the well-being of each of them. Incompatibility is when two things cannot exist or occur together without creating conflict and without being a detriment to one or both of them. To understand more about why it is so incredibly important to consider compatibility in your relationships, you can watch 2 of my videos.
Oh, God.
The first is Incompatibility, a Harsh Reality in Relationships. And the second is Accept Incompatibility to Avoid Relationship Hell.
What?
Perhaps one of the most common misunderstandings when it comes to looking at compatibility
That title
and
tells me everything I
incompatibility
need to know.
is that so many people confuse compatibility with sameness. Another way to put this is they think that they're compatible to somebody if they're the same as that other person.
No, you're
For
less
example, if they have
compatible.
the same interests, opinions, strengths, likes and dislikes.
Because
goals.
one thing that I will agree with her on is we are egotistical beings by nature. We are egotistical beings. So when two people are too much alike, right, you kind of lose that sense of individualism. We all, whether we know it or not, this is just my opinion, okay, but whether we know it or not, I believe that we all crave a sense of individualism, very much so. And when you're with somebody and everything is the same, you like all the same foods, you have the same taste in movies, you have the same, when you know what I mean, like, when do you get you time? You know, when does the guy or the woman get to just be like, listen, I'm gonna go see a movie just by myself. I'm gonna go to the movies just by myself just because I need a little me time. You know what I mean? Being able to be secure in yourself, to have a partner to where you can do that and your partner feels comfortable doing that with you, you've reached a level of compatibility that is I mean, you just can't you just can't, top that. It's just that simple. Like, if you have that type of relationship where it's like, listen, something that you could do together, but you can be like, listen, just tonight, I just want to go by myself and just, I just need a couple hours for me, and your partner goes, okay, love you, babe. Kiss goodbye. Go on. Come back. Kiss hello. Get in bed together. Fall asleep. I mean, yeah. You know what I mean? So of course not. I mean, she's sitting here and she makes this whole video basically saying that being the same does not mean you're compatible. We fucking know that. All of us know that. You don't even have to be an expert in relationships. You don't even have to be someone who's ever even had a functional relationship. You just have to be someone who has eyes and common sense and has seen a functional relationship function. You just have to have been able to see it at some point. I have seen that. Have I ever had a functional relationship? No. No. And for the first time in my life, in my mid 40s, is when I feel comfortable emotionally to share emotionally with someone else. Absolutely. But it took me that long, I can honestly say that every relationship that I had, I take full accountability for, because I either chose the wrong woman, right? I either chose the wrong woman feeling like, oh, well, she has these flaws, but I'm so lonely or whatever. And I made some excuse as to why it was going to be okay to emotionally spend myself on this person, right? Knowing that they were shitty, right? Or prior to that, because I did reach that level at one point where I was just like, I know that I'm not going to be this kind of person. And I don't care if they're that kind of person. That's between them and them. But I'm going to put up with it. That's unhealthy because I didn't set a certain standard for myself. But because I didn't feel comfortable in myself and I didn't feel confident that I deserved better, I put up with it, right? But before that, I was a shithead. Like, I can honestly say that those relationships that didn't work prior to those types of relationships were shitty. I was shitty. I was just as bad, if not the aggressor, worse, you know? So it's my opinion that this right here is complete and total bullshit, in the sense that, like, we already know. Anybody who's had a relationship already knows that you can't that you can't be into all the same things. And another reason why that doesn't work, people, is a relationship has to be interesting to each party, right? How can it possibly be interesting if they already like all the same things that you already like? You know what I mean? Like, I want to be with somebody that I can learn from, somebody who's going to show me something new and I'm going to take a new interest, you know, somebody that I can show something new to. That's the kind of dynamic that I want with somebody in my life. Not even necessarily in a romantic relationship, could be a platonic friendship, you know, but I want them to bring something to the table, and I want to bring something to the table for them. You know what I mean? Anybody with common sense already knows this. So what the fuck is she talking about?
Goals, personality, priorities, beliefs, ambition, passions, philosophies, etc. This isn't true. And unfortunately, compatibility is more complex than this. Two things being the
It's really
same
not.
might spell compatibility, but it might just as well spell incompatibility.
Ooh.
Just the same as a difference.
She's so pleased with
might
herself
spell
right there, making that
incompatibility,
revelation
but
that we
might
all
also
already
spell
know.
compatibility. To give you some examples of differences that could spell either compatibility or incompatibility, consider a relationship where one person likes a lot of alone time in the relationship and another person really wants to be together most of the time in a relationship. That is a difference
Brian
which
Parker,
spells incompatibility.
do you want to come on panel?
But let's imagine that this person loves to cook and hates to clean. This one likes to clean and hates to cook.
I will
This is a difference.
I will absolutely share the StreamYard link if Brian Parker wants to come up here. If you've ever followed Teal Swan and actually bought into what she was saying, I would love to hear what you have to say. And I'm not here to insult you or anything. I just genuinely want to hear from someone and actually have a conversation with somebody who is capable or has been capable of buying into the things that she is saying. So Brian Parker, if you want to come up here, I will share the StreamYard link in the chat. Just let me know.
That makes them compatible. If one person values development and change and the other person values stability and things staying the same, this is a difference which we could call incompatible. But let's say that one person loves to be dominant sexually and the other loves to be submissive sexually. This is a difference that spells compatibility. But now let's look at some simple examples of sameness that would spell either compatibility or incompatibility. Okay, let's say that in a relationship, two people are both the same religion. That very well could equal compatibility. But let's say that we've got two people, both of whom want to be in charge of their environment. This could be a sameness that very well spells incompatibility. Or let's say that two people love dogs. This could spell compatibility. Or let's say two people both struggle with intimacy. This could spell incompatibility. Now that you kind of have this very simple understanding of how sameness could lead to compatibility and incompatibility, let's look deeper at this concept that sameness can very well spell incompatibility. To do this, I'm going to give you a concrete example. Actually, two of them. Greg and Melissa are both completely into fitness. Their life revolves around it. It was a big deal to both of them to meet someone who is just as committed to staying healthy and in shape as they are and who will become a workout partner. At face value, they seem to be compatible in this way, but Greg is a gym rat who loves weightlifting. He is a big believer that loading calories in the morning and working out at nighttime gives the best results.
Okay.
And he spends 3 hours at the gym every night.
Yeah.
Melissa is a runner. She loves to get up early and go out and catch the sunrise.
Awesome.
She wants a partner to run with. Even though they both love fitness, this similarity between them leads to constant conflicts. They hardly see each other because
doesn't
their
have
workout
to.
schedules are opposite, and Melissa is just as deeply dissatisfied when she
Now, let me
joins
tell
Ray.
you that this is a bad example. Let me explain why this is a bad example. Using this as some sort of analogy here is kind of ridiculous, okay? Because I used to work in a gym, and I loved taking advantage of the fact that I could work out there. So I worked out there all the time, but I saw couples all the time. I saw couples that were very happily married. One would be walking out the door, the other would be walking in. They give each other a kiss, hello, and then that was it. You know, all right, have a good workout, babe. I'll see you at home. Like, because the reason why this is a bad example to use as far as compatibility goes for a couple is because when you work out, when you exercise, that is an exercise in self-improvement, not relationship improvement, self-improvement. So that's a personal thing that if you are in a relationship, you're going to respect that about that person. When somebody is on a dating site and they, you know, and on their profile, it says very active and looking for the same, very physically active and looking for the same. They're not looking necessarily for somebody to do it with. What they're looking for is somebody they can relate to who understands how important it is to them. Nothing wrong with that. So this is a bad example. What's up, Brian Parker? Sorry, man. I was on a rant.
No,
Can you
you're
hear me
okay. I stumbled on her a few weeks ago, and I thought, oh, this kind of looks like it might be interesting. Some new self-proclaimed guru when it comes to psychology or whatever. And to me, it's like, oh my God, she's just teaching you how to be a narcissist, you know, and how to convert what you demand for your life onto somebody else instead. And I mean, when I grew up, my father had gone to college for psychology, and my bedroom was right across the hallway from his library. So I spent many hours when I was bored reading psychology books. You know what I mean? And when I started
Right.
listening to her, I was like, oh my God, this just goes so polar opposite to how life really is.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that she is 150% self-serving. I don't think that she is interested in helping anyone. She is interested in using the idea of helping people as a mask to get people to look up to and make her relevant in some way. That's personally what I'm getting out of everything that I'm hearing from her, because none of it actually makes sense and none of it is empowering in any way, shape, or form. It's somehow teaching you, like you said, to go the narcissistic route and follow her example, or you're going to become codependent on her narcissism.
Well, you know what I will say, and this is what I do see: the people that would get trapped into what she's doing are the people
Right.
that there's so many people that they want to tell you their problems, but they don't want you to do anything to help them. They just want you to listen. You know what I mean? And so those people,
Right.
I can see them really attaching to her and going, "Oh, she understands my pain. You know, she understands my shame, and all of that kind of stuff." You know what I mean?
Well, she
But
never
come
seems to come up with solutions.
on,
She
there's no
seems to
solution.
say, I know what your problems are. And she'll even go as far as to say, I can read your mind. I know what your problems are before you tell me what your problems are. Right. And then she'll just generalize. You know what I mean? Like, everybody has these problems. Everybody has relationship issues. It's like going to a psychic, right? When you go to a psychic, what is the psychic's parlor trick? What do they do? Is they'll go, I'm seeing a color. I'm seeing a color in your bedroom, right? And then they never actually tell you what the color is. What they do is they manipulate you to go, oh my God, blue. I was just thinking the other day that blue was so prominent in my bedroom. Oh my God. You know, and then they're, yes, blue. That's what she does. It's no different, you know. She just does it using psychological terms.
Oh,
And
here's the thing. I'm gonna run, but one of the things too is that what she's doing is she's trying to elevate herself to a level of being a spiritual leader. I think
right,
she's even claimed that she's going to be like the next female pope. of the world or some crap like that.
She supposedly, allegedly, she said that her goal was to actually purchase a country so that she can indoctrinate her society, her idea of society in that country so that it spreads, which is basically a God complex. Like Jesus didn't even have that kind of ambition. You know what I mean? So it's very, very, it's debatable whether or not she's dangerous. You know what I mean? Because I don't think that she could ever actually do that. I don't find her to be dangerous in that sense because realistically, that's never going to happen. She's just not smart enough. She's not manipulative enough. You know, Hitler wasn't even charismatic enough to pull that off, and he was the closest person to come to it. So,
well, if she's gone through 15 relationships and she hasn't been able to wrangle one of them yet, then evidently
right.
no, she's not manipulative enough. All
No,
right.
she's not.
Have a good night, brother.
You too, Brian. Thanks for joining me, buddy. So that was my man Brian, man. That was really cool of him to join us.
Joins Greg to do weightlifting as Greg is when he tries to keep up with her when he's running. Now let's take a look at Jennifer and Nora. So instead of exploring compatibility and incompatibility within the context of a romantic relationship, we're going to look at it in terms of a friendship. Jennifer and Nora are both super achiever personality types. They are driven, ambitious, disciplined, precise, demanding,
Again,
and both love to be the
same
center
thing.
of attention. Let's just be honest. They were super excited to meet each other because finally someone gets them. They constantly get reflected by other people that they're impossible to be in a relationship with. So obviously meeting another woman who is the same as you in this way is super exciting because it's validating and you feel like somebody sees and understands you. And all of a sudden, instead of feeling like you're always the odd one out, you found someone who's just like you. Given this sameness between them, Jennifer and Nora could have actually found a compatible arrangement with each other as powerful allies. They could have spent times together as friends. They could have, during those times, spent quality time together and really gotten each other and exchanged resources. However, this is not the arrangement that they found together. They were so excited to find somebody else who was the same as them and just as driven and just as ambitious and just as, they decided to start a business together. Because of their sameness, they ended up in constant conflict. Each wanted to be in the number one position. Each wanted to make the executive decisions, and so each one
another bad example
to make compromises. They both wanted the glory.
Another bad example, because if these two people were genuinely ambitious, right? Their only focus is sales. Their only focus is how to increase sales, how to increase revenue, right? And if they both have that in common, they're going to work together and they're going to apply their differences in a productive manner to where they are going to elevate that particular aspect of their lives. I mean, you're not going to let ego get in the way of your success if you're genuinely searching for success. You're just not. Well, I'm bored with your ass too, Maria Wilcox.
Limelight, so they
Take
both
your ass
felt
out
that
of
it
here.
was in their way rather than being supportive. They both gave underhanded compliments to each other when talking to associates and clients. The entire relationship was a complex power struggle. And when they decided to go their separate ways, Jennifer ended up trying to sue Nora for intellectual rights. Obviously, Nora lawyered the hell up in response to that, and they went straight to war. One of the biggest issues that you're going to run into if you don't recognize how sameness can lead to incompatibility is that you may end up in relationships where you have nothing to give the other person and they have nothing to give you. When you're in this type of a relationship, it may not culminate in these dramatic conflicts. Instead, it'll just seem like my life is really no different with this person in it than it is with this person not in it. Something that we have to accept is that there is a transactional element to every relationship. It's separate to the love element, right? So the love element of a relationship, or one could even say the chemistry element of a relationship, is separate to this issue of compatibility, right? It's separate to this issue of what you have to offer the other person in a relationship and vice versa, which is more transactional. It is this transactional element in relationships that provides a lot of
I
the
wonder-
gravitational force in a relationship, or magnetic
How do
force.
you not see, if you had 15 failed relationships, right? If you had 15 failed relationships, how can you not see that the shit that you're saying is not at all valid? Like, obviously, if you have thought this way and you've had 15 failed relationships and you thought this way every time, why is there no reset button in your head saying, wait a minute, the way that I've been approaching this whole time has been all fucking wrong. This is all wrong, because I went into this relationship thinking this is the person I'm going to spend the rest of my life with, but it didn't work out. And you did this 15 times. 15 times. And there's nothing in your mind that goes, maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Maybe, you know, but instead what she does is she doubles down and says, no, this is just another person who doesn't get me. This is just another person who's not on board with everything that I'm saying and everything that I'm trying to put across. This is just another part of the problem. But never self-reflecting and going, could I be doing things differently and be better? But she has a million people telling her otherwise. You know? So is she ever going to wake up? Is she ever going to have this epiphany?
Force. It really pulls two people together where there's a very strong reason to be in each other's life. It sucks to be in a relationship where it feels like you contribute nothing to a person's life and they contribute nothing to yours. It feels like this because both of you offer the same thing in a relationship.
Right. She's
And
an alien.
sometimes the most compatible relationships are those where
Exactly.
people
She's
offer
an
different
alien.
things
She
in a
thinks that she's
relationship.
an alien.
So one thing we have to accept is that there is a transactional element in literally every relationship. Doesn't matter whether that's a romantic relationship, a relationship with a friend, a relationship with a colleague.
So let's just
relationship between parent and
let's talk about that for a second. So Teal Swan believes herself to be an alien, right? Nobody's on my level because I'm an alien. Okay. Let's entertain that for a second. I myself at times have felt like I felt so disconnected from everyone to where I'm like, I wonder if I'm an alien. I have done this. I have sat there and pondered this and been like, I wonder, I mean, why is it that I can't seem to relate to anyone? The truth is that there's many ways that I can relate to people. I just did not have enough balls to pinpoint those things. There's a lot of things that I have in common with most people, you know? And that's not an easy thing to face. It's easy to disconnect. It's easy to say, you know what? I'm an alien. There's nobody that can relate to me. Yeah, I think on a different level than a lot of people, than most people, I would say. But I'd say each individual person thinks on a level that most people don't in their own way, in one particular aspect. That's what makes each individual exactly that, an individual, right? You have your own way of thinking. You have your own way of processing things. You have your own perspective on things. Having that in common with everyone else is what makes you relatable to other people. So to put yourself and separate yourself and say, I'm an alien, is totally unhealthy. It's totally unhealthy. Why would you do that? Sit there and say, you know what? Nobody can ever relate to me. And then you actually try to engage in relationships. Now, I understand if you honestly believe this, right? Let's just say you honestly believe this about yourself and that you're an alien and nobody can relate to you. Then why are you attempting to be in relationships with people 15 times? Why did you make 15 different attempts since your first boyfriend and you're keeping him around as some sort of whipping post? Why would you try this 15 times? If you honestly believe yourself to be an alien that no one can ever relate to, what is it about you that makes you think that you belong in a relationship with another person? What that is a lack of empathy. She is absolutely what she describes is self-serving. She has no interest in making life better or more interesting for a partner. She is only interested in what she can get out of that interaction with that partner. She is exactly what she describes and accuses literally everyone of. But what's really funny about that is she says and generalizes this with everyone and says, this is how people are, right? And I'm saying this because I see people and I read minds, but this is how everyone is, while never taking accountability for the fact that that's how she is. Never taking any accountability for this. Yet, while describing how she relates to everyone in her mind, how she relates to every single person, she will verbally disconnect from every single person and say that I'm above you because I'm an alien. I'm an evolved species. This woman has serious insecurity issues. And it doesn't take a mental health professional to figure this out. It just doesn't.
Parent and child, doesn't matter what relationship, there's always an exchange. A transaction at its essence is nothing more than an energy exchange. It means one person gives something the other receives, and this person gives something the other receives.
Right.
What makes a transaction a good one is if each person gets something that is valued. And value, especially with regards to what we value most, is based on what a person needs and wants. A person has to need and want something to truly value it. Therefore, wouldn't you say that it's a little bit more difficult to really value something if you don't really need and want it because you already have so much of an abundance of it?
What?
Sameness can lead to a very weak transactional element within a relationship. So that you can understand this, I'm going to give you a much more concrete example. Sean and Lydia are a power couple.
Sean and Lydia.
They are both very successful people in their own lives. Because of this, they have the same things to offer in a relationship. For example, they offer status, luxury, novel experiences, high energy levels, travel, exclusivity, VIP treatment, respect, entertainment, business savvy, access to resources, impressive contacts, motivation, etc. But because they have the same thing to offer, neither of them feels the other really brings something of value to act as a magnetic pull between them in the relationship. Lydia doesn't value the financial power that Sean brings to the table because she already has enough to last a lifetime. Sean doesn't value Lydia's high energy levels. To be honest, his own energy level is so damn high, he just feels like he's burning the candle at both ends. And in the relationship, the struggle is always whether what Sean needs for his success or what Lydia needs for her success should be the...
No, what you're missing is the point. And what she's saying is this is everybody. She's just using this particular example to generalize every possible relationship, every single relationship that's out there. She's using the example of a power couple. No, a power couple is one particular type of couple made up of two particular types of people. People who are driven for success. Those people are generally self-serving people. So it's a bad example to use to generalize all relationships. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean, that's just one type of relationship, right? And guess what? You know what? These power couples, do they emotionally work? Almost never. You almost, I mean, you almost never hear these like always like somebody's cheating on the other. There's always like a side. And then what's funny is the most functional ones is each party knows that they're cheating. They have somebody on the side. They just never talk about it, but they accept it and they understand it. It just is what it is, because this person is so much like me and they're going to do what they're going to do. And yet somehow they find a way to coexist. So even a power couple, to sit here and act like a power couple doesn't work, they find their own way to work. You know what I mean? To sit here and say, oh, it's a dysfunctional relationship. No. If both parties in that relationship are happy, if they're content, what's the problem? Who were you to say that it's dysfunctional?
Should be the priority for them both. All too often when they get into this type of a conflict, they just decide actually both of our success is of equal priority. And so they decide to go their separate ways completely alone to pursue their own personal success, supported by other people, of course, but never by each other. So they're essentially totally alone
Bullshit.
in their relationship.
Bullshit.
In reality, both of them would be so much.
Dude, I've known power couples before, right? People that like two people that are totally driven by success, right? I've known people like this. And you know what they do? They come home and they go, yo, I just closed this $100,000 deal, right? How was your day? Well, I just landed this $100,000 client, right? Oh, dope, man. High five. You're a badass, blah, blah, blah. Just because they don't share the same exact interests, like because they have this thing in common, there's a healthy competition even. It's okay to be competitive with your partner if it's healthy. Like my brother, for instance, right? I can't relate to my brother or his friends. I'm just not like them. I'm not built like them, right? But my brother, I've always admired my brother and his circle of friends because he's had the same circle of friends since high school. Literally since high school. Some since middle school, right? And one of those members of his friends is the husband of the sister of his best friend growing up. And then they're divorced now, but yet they're still friends. Crazy. You know, I mean, is it really crazy? No, they're just functional people without insecurity issues. So, but what's funny is between my brother, his best closest friend, which was the best man at his wedding, right? Their mutual best friend and the best friend who happens to have been the ex-husband of the best man's sister, right? These five people have been friends since high school, right? And they have always been in competition with each other over who's going to make the most money, over who has the biggest bankroll. All of them. My brother he runs his own physical therapy clinic now, right? His best friend is a mortgage broker and very successful in real estate. Like I would listen to them, they wouldn't hang out for a couple of years. They wouldn't see each other for a couple of years, and then they'd be around each other and they would talk about who pulled in the most money last year. I can't relate to that, but they would do this. You know what I'm saying? So like, and it was just like, it was a pissing contest, but that pissing contest made them more productive. Each one of them more productive. And they all provided for their families more, right? Another member of that circle of friends owns, at least the last time I checked, 7 Domino's locations, right? Started off as a driver and was like, no, you're not going to make more money than me. I'm going to master the pizza business, and bought 7 Domino's locations. He's a fucking millionaire, right? And then there's another one who's just another mortgage broker as well. And he just makes a shit ton of money. But each one of them, like, they're always on Facebook going, you know, showing some award like mortgage broker of the year. You know what I mean? Some shit like that. Like they're always improving. They're always excelling, each one of them. Right? So to say that that's some sort of dysfunction is ridiculous. Because to some people like me, I don't measure success necessarily by financial gain. You know, I just don't. But these are also people who arguably don't either, even though it's something that they do. And they're like, I'm always going to be okay. And they're always working hard to be able to make sure that they and theirs are always going to be okay. Right. The fact is that there's that theirs factor, their families, their wives, their kids. That's something they all have in common. And they're all excellent, excellent family people. They're all excellent husbands. They're all well, not all of them, but most of them, the majority of them are excellent husbands and excellent parents. Some aren't even parents, but the ones that are parents, excellent family people. Excellent. So, and for this person who's clearly focused on financial gain, acting like there's some sort of flaw in a relationship for two people in the same relationship to be ambitious, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You can absolutely pump each other up. You can absolutely be in a healthy competition with the person because you're both gaining. How do you go wrong? You're both gaining. How do you go wrong? If you're both if both of your incomes are going to the same place to make both of your lifestyles, your conjoined lifestyles better, how is it unhealthy? You see what I'm saying? As long as they're happy and that's the standard that they set for themselves, and that's the dynamic that they have with each other, there's couples that are poor as shit. You know what they like to do? They like to go bowling. And then you have a couple who's poor as shit, but they're super competitive when it comes to bowling. And you know what? They go home and they love each other and they kiss each other goodnight and cuddle when they fall asleep. Why? Because that part of the reason is because one of them made the other a better bowler. They went out and they were super competitive with each other, but they're grateful to their partner because one of them made the other a better bowler. How is that dysfunctional? It's not. It's just not.
So much happier with partners who genuinely valued them for what they can bring to the relationship. Swan would be more compatible with a woman who could offer him things like nurturing, support, admiration, relaxation, deep conversation, and someone who would be happy making her life about supporting his success because she felt like doing so made her feel fulfilled. In reality, Lydia would be much happier with a man who valued her excellence, a man who could commit to being her safe place to land, a man who would enable her to achieve her goals, a man who would want to be available to her whenever she needed him, and help her slow down when she needs to slow down, and who would be very physically affectionate. To understand more about this, you would benefit by watching my video titled Be Consciously Transactional, Why Every Relationship is Transactional. What you ultimately should be going for in any relationship is symbiosis. When a relationship is genuinely symbiotic, that relationship and the arrangement of it is something that adds to the well-being of any individual that is part of that relationship dynamic. When you have found this symbiotic compatibility, there is no more preoccupation with needing the other person to change something so that you can feel good in the relationship with them. Compatibility is really about accurately seeing yourself and accurately seeing the other person, so that based off of seeing that reality of you and them, you can accurately assess what the right type of relationship is to have with that person and what the right relationship configuration or arrangement to have with that person is. For this reason, it is very important not to confuse sameness with compatibility, because sameness could very well equal incompatibility.
No shit. We already know that.
If you liked this video, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, and consider
What's
sharing this
ironic
video with
about
your
that
friends.
is, can you imagine
You
somebody?
can also click on the bell
Can
icon.
you imagine somebody who's the same as her in a relationship with her? There's no way that's gonna fucking work. Somebody who's that self-serving, you know what I mean? There's just no way that that's gonna work. because the reason being is there's one particular aspect about her personality that makes that impossible. And that aspect is you have to be on board with whatever I'm doing. You have to be one of my minions. You have to worship me the way that the other million people do. You have to see what I'm doing. You have to see me the way that I see myself. And ironically, what happens, like what happened with Blake, is he did this. He absolutely did this. He was 100% all in, right? But she lost respect for him because he was like this. She had no respect for him. She saw him as a cuck. A total cuck. Like, you see footage of him playing with her baby that she had with another dude, and she had this guy hanging around. And so she made this dude her babysitter for the baby that she had with another guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit is fucking crazy. I mean, and if he was happy doing that, fine. But then what's really funny, once you get into episode 4, right? Or even episode 3, right? Of the deep end, what happens is Blake finds love. Like, you see it in episode 1. You see the girl from Germany, and it's building up to this thing. And she's coming from a very stable family, a very nuclear family, as a matter of fact. She's coming from a very stable family environment, and she's blindly going into this new world. And she creates a situation where Blake has to choose between his new wife, because he ends up marrying her, his new wife, or continuing to be her cuck, right? And she basically acts like she was abandoned by him because he actually set a standard for himself to be respected in a relationship. And he found somebody who met that standard. And then she decided to feel somehow deserted and abandoned. Wouldn't somebody who has all the answers and is so enlightened, wouldn't they encourage someone to just be like, dude, I'm glad you found your path. You know, good for you. You found your path. My door's always open to you if you ever come back. If it doesn't work out, we have this connection that we've always had. Not it's her or me. She can't get on board with our lifestyle, and I feel like she's attacking me, even though this girl never attacked her. They're sitting around in a group. This is really, really funny how this went down. If you watch this episode, I think it's 3 or 4. It's either 3 or 4. But this woman, this German woman who barely speaks English, and she's in this, at this retreat, and she's there to spend time with her new boyfriend, who she ends up marrying on the property, and they have a wedding, and everybody is really supportive of it, including her. But then when they're alone, she starts taking little jabs and attacking the girl, right? And then this girl, at some point, she's sitting in the group, and then Teal just pinpoints her. She just targets her, and she's got a notepad and a pen, right? And the notepad and the pen, what she's doing is she's just writing shit down as the girl talks. And what the girl is doing is going, I don't know what you're, I don't get why you're targeting me right now. But, you know, I'm just happy to be here, and I'm here for Blake, and blah, 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 blah. Right. But while she's doing that, she's like, you know, and writing shit down. And then she reads her the riot act that she wrote down saying, I can read your mind and this is what you're thinking of me. And she starts saying, you think that I'm a control freak. You think that I'm a narcissist. You think this and this. And this girl is like, I never said any of that shit. You know what I mean? And what she's doing is expressing her own opinions of herself and then projecting it on this poor girl and victimizing her in a group where the group is sitting there going, okay, if we don't gang up on this girl with Teal, we could be next. I could be next. That's the control that she has. It's real mean girls attitude type thing, like high school bullshit, right? Where the you know, she will sit there and she'll target this person, and she's setting the example like that could be any one of us, right? Anybody that's sitting in that group and came to this retreat is trying to win her favor. And she's using that to manipulate the whole group. So basically, she's intimidating everyone. And so the whole group individually is sitting there thinking like, if I don't jump on board in bullying this girl with her, I could be next. And I don't want to be the next one. So I'm going to say whatever Teal wants me to say. And it's really pathetic to see people do that because you can see them struggling with themselves. You can see them going, oh my God, you know, like it's almost like they're struggling with their own souls, you know, because and the minute that they side with her after they've realized what she's doing, and then they make the decision to cowardly cower to her, you can see the disappointment in them. And that is a method that she uses to beat people down, because now, guess what? They're emotionally vulnerable and they're more susceptible to her bullshit. It's crazy. It's crazy.
The bell icon to be notified of the next time that I post a video. I want to thank
All
you
right, yeah,
personally.
whatever. Does anybody want to come up on panel? Tim, you want to come up here, man? Give me a second. I gotta. What's up, Duck and Felonies? It's good to see you. So I dropped the link in the chat, so anybody who wants to join me on panel can. What's up, homie?
What's up?
Yeah, dude, I enjoyed talking with you about the subject matter on Dude's panel last night. And I'm glad to see you here.
Hey, is it your volume or mine? I can't hear you at all.
You can't hear me?
No.
Oh, can anybody hear me in there? I think it might be your volume.
Let me pop out and come back in and see if it fixes it.
Sure. Yeah, I've spoken to Tim before. I'm glad that he's here. And he seems to be enjoying the channel. So, but I've had discussions with him on somebody else's panel, and I'm going to I'm really grateful that he valued the conversation as much as I did. Any better?
Much better.
Right on. Right on. How you doing, man?
Oh, good. Yeah, I kind of sensed things leaning that way last night.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, man. Like, I wonder if he just I don't know if he felt threatened by the panelists' insights or something, because there was no reason for that. Why would you open your panel and shut everybody up? Just spend the whole time shutting everybody up. Like, I understand that we're going over a video, but don't open the panel. Like, open the panel afterwards. You know what I mean? Like, what?
In that
Go ahead,
case,
sorry.
is a lot like this one where there's so much to say all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you like the message you send when you open a panel, especially discussing a case where somebody and going over interrogation footage of somebody who is being charged with murder for leaving their spouse in a suitcase, there's all kinds of questions.
Right.
You know what I mean? There's all kinds of questions. How did he get in the suitcase in the first place? You know what I mean? Like, could he have gotten out? Is he a big guy? Is he strong? Blah, blah, blah. There's all these different questions. And for you to like open the panel while you're going over, you know, and then criticize your panel for commenting, which is what you're supposed to do when you go on a panel.
Right.
Fuck. Like, so that's why I just left. You know, I felt no need to like disrespect the guy or get into an argument with him. And he comes off as the kind of guy that, you know, and a lot like myself, you know, if you argue with him, you're not going to win. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's already got his set way, and no matter what he does is going to be justified. And I have that way myself sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, if I get in an argument with somebody, you're not winning. You know, so I knew we were just going to end up butting heads, and it was his channel, and I was just going to end up looking stupid and heated, and so I just left.
Yeah. Yeah, I seen you go off camera and then seen you blink out, and I was like, "Yeah, he's gone."
Yeah. And I think that's what he wanted, you know, in some weird way. You know, I think it just anything that I was saying was somehow bothering him, and I don't know why. Like, he's always seemed kind of like he would open his panel, but he never actually like invited me on his panel. I just liked his channel, and I thought that I could contribute to it, you know. And for some reason it seemed to bother him in some way, and so okay. But he won, you know. Okay, well, you don't want me on your channel, and you didn't have to say it, you know, because when he threatened to kick me off is when I was just like, you don't have to threaten to kick me off, I'm out.
Right. That's
Like,
stupid. It's like
at
all the
that
people
point,
complaining about how, you know, what he does or what any YouTuber does. You're watching them and you're like, oh, I don't like what you're saying. Well, fucking log off. Nobody told you to be here.
right. And that's basically how I took it, was just like, okay, well, obviously he has a problem with me, and to the point to where he has to like feel like he has to regulate the situation by threatening to boot me off, even though I was not. I at least you tell me. I don't think I was being obnoxious in any way, or
No, that's
you know.
why I said I thought that whole thing was kind of weird, and I felt it go in that direction, but and it didn't change much after you left either. It was just kind of I kept myself muted and just let it go on.
Yeah. So what's the point of even being on panel?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, if I invite people on panel, I want your insight. You know,
Right,
I brought you on here because I want to hear what you have to say and what you have to bring to the table. If you have opinions, that's the whole point. You're not just hearing my opinion. You're hearing the opinion of anybody who feels like they got something to say on the subject. You know,
Yeah.
Great. That's what I want. It adds to the content. You know, it benefits me if you do that. You know what I mean?
Yep. This Teal, I don't even know that I've got anything
I was
to
just
say
going to
on
ask you, like, what do you think about this Teal Swan lady?
I think she's taken what every other psychiatrist has said and said is now saying the complete opposite.
Right. And she tries to discredit them, you know?
Right.
Like,
And then,
I go ahead.
and then she takes actual definitions and makes them all flowery to make them sound like she just thought of it.
Right. Like she had this revelation, and she's blessing the world with her new revelation, right?
I had an epiphany last night. I found out what compatibility means.
Exactly. Like, I mean, we all think about compatibility, you know, like what she does is by doing this, I feel like there's this really underlying manipulation to where she's targeting lonely codependent people, and she's targeting them so that they become dependent on her content.
Yeah.
And it's you know, and the only reason that I think it's dangerous is, I mean, if she does have, I mean, she has over 1 million people that follow her, right? So
Mhm.
so you have somebody who has that many followers and is growing. How many of those people are going to dismiss mental health professionals and what
Right.
they have to say? People
Right.
who are genuinely educated, you know, I mean, to me, that's somewhat dangerous right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's very dangerous because that leads to domestic violence and all that it entails, especially when you're listening to her version of compatibility. You're just putting people together and turning them into a bomb.
Right. Right. Yeah. You know, and why? What's the motive? Is so that she goes, well, see, you know, I mean, everybody's in relationships for themselves. You know, she's trying to put that narrative out there that you're only, if you're in a relationship, you're only self-serving. So
Right.
what that does is that makes those people who are in relationships and they're not happy, instead of working on the relationships and trying to find how they can do things better, they go, that person's my enemy because they're only self-serving.
Yeah.
Or they say, I'm only self-serving, and then what they do is they depend on her. Either way, it leads to a road that leads to depending on her.
Yes. Which feeds her bank account, feeds her ego, feeds all of her
Totally.
bullshit.
Totally. And
I
the thing
mean,
is, I believe that she believes the shit that she's saying, which is crazy to me. You know what I mean? Like, she's subconsciously monetarily driven, subconsciously.
yeah.
In her mind, she believes, no, you know, why shouldn't I get paid for doing what I do? But she's like only monetarily driven. She's subconsciously very manipulative. If you put her on a lie detector, she'd pass. If you accuse her, say, hey, are you only doing this for money? And are you targeting weak-minded, codependent people to fill your bank account? And she says no, she'd pass on the lie detector.
Absolutely.
Even though all her actions dictate the contrary, you know?
You know, the shit with the kids. Like, I had a dysfunctional family. I had a terrible childhood, but I don't put any of my failures or any of my bullshit or anything that happens to me in life or anything that I do that's fucked up. I don't put any of that on my parents.
Right.
That's, you know,
Because
I'm
it's cowardly. It's not the adult thing to do.
right.
As adults, what do? We take accountability. We take responsibility for our actions. You know what I mean? So, like, my mom, I mean, I could sit here all day and I could say shit that my mom did wrong. I could do that. I could do a week worth of live streams talking and bitching about my childhood with my mom.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna do it. You know what I mean? I might go over certain things once she's dead. You know what I mean? But while
Yeah.
she's alive, it's just plain disrespectful to my mom, who actually, at the end of the day, did her best. You know
Right.
what I mean? She tried her best. Maybe she didn't do everything right, but she tried her best. Her intention was there. And today, my mom is a saint, you know? So I could look at it two ways. I could be like, I could look at it the way that I'm doing right now, which is my mom did her best, and now our relationship is what matters. Now that I'm an adult and I'm adjusted and I'm okay and I'm emotionally settled, you know, we're good. I can have a functional, productive conversation with my mom on the phone when I call her up. You know, we're good.
Yep.
Or I could sit there and hold everything against her and take every single little thing that she does wrong you know, or everything that she says wrong, and I can pick it apart and just use it to as an excuse for my own shitty behavior and be like, oh, I can't believe my mom had the nerve to not admit this and blah 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 and blah, you know, like what good does that do?
Right.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm an asshole. I'm extremely sarcastic, and I'm really not afraid to tell people standing right in front of me that they're full of shit and I don't want to talk to them.
I'm the
But
same way.
I do not blame any of that on how I was raised. That's just that's how I am.
I mean, does it factor in? Sure, of course it does. It's foolish to think that it doesn't, but
Right.
to blame it is a different story.
Right.
You know, you're aware of these aspects about yourself. You're aware of these behavioral traits, these personality traits, you know. So you're not going to sit there and make excuses and whine and say, oh, well, it was because of my childhood and I was traumatized. Like, okay, well, maybe, but at the end of the day, when you realize that you were acting like an asshole and you decide whether or not the person deserved it or not, and sometimes they didn't deserve it, you take accountability and go, well, shit, I was kind of an asshole right there. I probably shouldn't have done that. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
I mean, it's that easy. It's that easy. But this person is making all of that so complicated.
Right.
Because that's really the cure. You know what I mean? Like, simply just being like, you know what, I would have a lot more respect for you if you were more honest with yourself about your shit, you know, and just like work it out. Just work it out, you know, and I'll be over here, you know what I mean? Like, just let me know when you're over your bullshit. Well, I'll be right here. We're cool.
Figure out your bullshit. Come talk to me then.
Because we all got bullshit. I'm not judging you for having bullshit. Just I'm judging you for blaming the world for your bullshit. And until you stop doing that, me and you got nothing to talk about. We're never going to relate to each other, you know? Check it out, chat here. Cherry. What's up, Mr. Harlan? I love Mr. Harlan. Mr. Harlan's a 19-year-old kid, man.
Yeah.
He's got a heart of gold.
I don't know how long you've been following his channel, but like the relationship shit. I got divorced 2 years ago. I was married for 14 years, and it was bad. Turned toxic. She was extremely abusive, but you know that doesn't mean that. And we weren't exactly compatible, but we did great. We meshed well, and all the shit she was saying, that none of it made sense for a relationship.
Well, what she was doing was just projecting her own experiences in relationship and not taking any accountability for her 15 failed relationships.
Yeah.
Like somebody, all you need to see is the simple evidence, right? Because this has been a crime channel as well. I will talk about crime cases. And when I talk about crime cases, I stick to facts, period. I stick to facts. And then I will make opinions based on those facts. And even if there are very little facts available, I will still stick to those very few facts, you know, before I form an opinion. Right. And I'll base my opinion on those things. And later on, more facts may come out, right? And then I'm like, oh shit, okay, I went the wrong route on that. But I didn't, because I speculated responsibly, right? Now, you have somebody like her. This is somebody who a simple fact, when you apply this and just follow facts, it's apparent. The evidence is she had 15 failed relationships, yet she sees herself as an authority on relationships. You know what I mean? And anybody with common sense is going to go, wait a minute. Wait, no.
I've never seen one, never had to see a relationship specialist or any of that shit, but I feel like one of my first questions would be, so how long have you been married?
Right.
You've ended 15 relationships? I'm gonna go to somebody else.
Five marriages where she stood in front of some sort of spiritual leader and vowed that she was going to be with that person for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
5 times. That's all I need to know. And you know what I mean? Like, and I would have a lot more respect for her if she sat there and made videos on relationships and goes, you know what? I've had 15 failed relationships, 5 failed marriages. So take everything that I'm saying with a grain of salt. This is just theory. You know, I would have a lot more respect for her if she just did that. You know what I mean?
Or the off chance, 5 marriages, 15 relationships, but now I'm happy. And the man that I'm with, we work perfect. And you know why? I handled my bullshit. I figured it out. I fucked up a lot of things.
And there's nothing about her that indicates that she did any self-work.
Right.
She says she did. She says it. She says, well, you know, I took a while to figure out what my place in the world was. But her conclusion is, I'm an alien and I'm above all of you, and you have to listen to everything that I say. That's fucking crazy. And it's not crazy in the sense that she's clinically insane. I'm saying it's fucking wild, you know, and what I find most fascinating is not that she does this. That's common. There are a lot of people out there that think the same way she does. Crazy.
Mhm.
I mean, you know, I mean, everybody knows somebody in their life that thinks of themselves on such a high level, right?
Yeah.
But the difference is that she actually got 1 million subscribers on YouTube.
Right.
She actually packs her seminars where people pay and they listen to her. And when you watch that the Deep End documentary on Hulu, you see her in these seminars, and she'll bring people on stage and she'll basically disarm them by making them disarm themselves. And they'll
Right.
she'll go, we're all connected. So if you get up here, you're absolutely naked, but understand that everybody in the audience is naked too. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
so you sit up here and you just tell me all your shit. And then what she does is she judges them. She'll just sit there and fucking judge them, you know, and not give any advice, nothing. She'll sit there and, like, one person, she straight up said, well, what are you doing here? And then they're like, well, you know, you invited people up and I just wanted to interact with you. I you know, and she's like, no, I don't mean what you're doing here. What are you doing on Earth? What are you doing here? Which, so they're already suicidal.
Right.
They're already struggling with suicide. And she's basically saying nut up or shut up. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like, kill yourself or shut the fuck up.
Right.
And everybody in the crowd is like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, and you're like, this is bizarre, dude. Like, how do all these people collectively have no self-respect?
Right.
Insane.
I never said I was an alien, but I said if a UFO lands in my front yard, I'm fighting, fucking, or killing my way onto that ship because I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I used to feel that way. And now I'm just like, I'm here. I'm here for a reason. I don't know what that reason is.
Yeah.
And if I don't find out what that reason is until the very moment that I die, it is what it is. You know, so I just try to focus on being grateful for being here.
Absolutely.
And that has made me happy.
Yeah.
That shift of attitude of the difference between being like, fuck, God, this place sucks and I can't relate to anybody. I just focus on things that are positive in my life, because everybody has things that are positive. It's a question of whether or not you have the capability of acknowledging those positive things and acknowledging the fact that they're there. And then the next step is to be grateful for them. You know, I don't say grace when I eat, but I'm in the habit now of actually, like, looking at my food before I take a bite and going, thank you for this. I don't know who I'm thanking. I don't know, you know.
Right.
But
no, I'm grateful for being here, and I'm in general happy in life. But God, humanity is such a weird race.
yeah, that's why.
And I mean,
about
living down
mass
here,
shooters. Yeah,
you're a few hours south of me, but I'm sure you see just as much of the Florida craziness as anyone.
Oh, well, I'm no longer in Florida. Like I grew up there. I'm in Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I grew up in Florida though. And yeah, Florida is absolutely crazy. It's a
It's like all
completely
the
different
crazy
world.
migrates here.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Are you in Florida?
Yeah,
Okay.
St. Pete,
Where?
St. Pete, Clearwater.
Oh, okay, right on, right on. Yeah, I, 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 I've talked about this on this channel before. I conducted a personal experiment one time.
Mhm.
Because if you're, I don't know if you know, but if you're driving from South Florida, right, you can get on
Yeah.
the turnpike. The turnpike has a bunch of toll booths going up to, say, Orlando, right? You're going to Disney World, let's
Yeah.
just say, right? Kissimmee or Kissimmee. Um, and I consciously, because I remember when I first moved to Miami, I moved from St. Louis, right? And
Yeah.
everything was different. Like the way people behaved mostly was different. Like I felt completely and totally isolated and alienated. Uh, I'm the type of guy that just wants to get along with everybody if I can, And
Yeah.
when I was a kid, I just wanted to please everyone, I wanted to be everybody's best friend, That was frowned upon. Like that was welcomed when I was a kid in St. Louis.
Hmm.
And then when I moved to Miami from St. Louis, it was frowned upon. And so this whole attitude that I had was something that was not to be respected in an individual. So I had a real problem, and I had to completely and totally reset everything and how I approach things, so that I wouldn't be bullied, so I wouldn't be, you know what I mean? But this personal experiment that I conducted was based on that observation that I made. And so I remember driving and going, you know what? I'm just going to pay attention. And I wish I had, at the time, it was long before cell phones and, video recording, but I would have loved to have done that to where because what happened was each toll booth that I hit, the, the toll booth operator became nicer. The further north I got, each
Yeah.
toll booth operator was nicer than the last. And I was just like, I was convinced. I was like, people in South Florida fucking suck. They're just shitty, hateful, bitter people. Because the first person I was just like, yeah, here you go. Yeah,
Right.
here's your change. And then by the time I got to Orlando, it was just like, hey, how you doing? Welcome to Orlando, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, wow. And it just gradually progressed to that behavior
Yeah.
by each toll person. It was very, very weird.
I'm from Southern Ohio, so when I moved down here, it was like stepping into a new world.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Florida's Florida. It's just a question of the further south you go in Florida, it just gets hotter and people become shittier.
Yeah. And to a certain point, it goes the opposite way too.
Right.
The farther north you start going, the worse it gets because it gets colder and colder and stays colder.
Right. Right. Yeah. So but explain Canadians. You know what I mean? Like Canadians are the nicest people in the world, dude. They're all just like super nice. Even when they're assholes, they're nice about it.
Yeah, right.
It's so weird. Like you watch the movie like Fargo. I mean, it's not Canada, but it's like Minnesota, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you watch the movie Fargo, and there's the one guy who's just like, he's got his little snow shovel, and he's talking to the cop. And he's like, yeah, he's a funny looking fella, and he was just overly nice, and he wouldn't say anything real bad about the guy, knowing that he would never see the guy in person, knowing that he's never going to hear what he had to say. He was just careful with his words, and like that's just. And I've met people from Minnesota who are just like, oh, hello, Minnesota. I'm from Minnesota. And they're just really nice. And you're like, but it's cold as shit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, explain that. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know. I've come to the conclusion that heat, heat
Yeah.
shit.
Everywhere has their people. I mean, I just moved over to the Gulf Coast last year. Before that, I lived in Daytona, and that's not a fun place. Like, in general, people are just assholes. Everyone.
In Daytona?
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see that. I mean, it's also a big tourist and vacation spot, so that
Right.
probably has a lot to do with it too. I was a body piercer in a tattoo shop on South Beach in Miami.
Okay.
And most of the people were shitty, snobby, shitty people, you know.
Yeah.
Most of them. But once in a while, the way that I looked at it was, I was like, I'm getting like 1% of what it's like to travel the world. You know, that was just the way that I chose to look at it, because there were so many people from all over the world that would come in, and then they'd come into the tattoo shop to either get their belly pierced or get a tattoo or whatever, you know, as some sort of memory of their trip to Miami. But you had people from Spain, Japan, all, you know, that was my favorite thing. Like, I would get Japanese people come in, and just out of curiosity, I'd be like, point at the kanji, you know, the Japanese kanji tattoos, the flash, and I'd be like, hey, what does that say right there? And they were like, that doesn't say what it means. That's not what that says, you know, because it'll say power, right? And then and the first time I did that, it was because I was watching like Japanese tourists look at the kanji and laugh. They were just like giggling amongst each other. And I was just like, hey, wait a second, what are you laughing at? You know what I mean? And then they were like, yeah, this doesn't mean what
Put 3 symbols on somebody that's a recipe for spring rolls.
Right. No, they were like, yeah, this says dickhead, you know, somebody with a dick for a head, you know, and I was just like, wow, dickhead, really? And it would, and then the translation would be power or whatever. So it's like, it's funny. So if any of these people who would walk in and get this Japanese kanji tattooed on them, if they ever went to Japan, you know, people walking down the street in Japan would be like, that person has dickhead tattooed on them. Why? Fucking Americans, idiot. that right there is a reflection right there is how shitty Miamians are. You know what I mean? Like, let's fuck somebody up when they go to and tattoo them for the rest of their life. Like, it's on them for the rest of their life, you know.
It's a crazy world.
Okay, I know Mr. Harland is American, but I know I have a lot of people from abroad in my chat. Type of 1 if you're in a country that's not the United States of America. I'm curious, because I think Grandmaster Sid is in England. I think Michelle is also in England. I know Cherry is in England. I get a lot of limeys. It's really weird. I get a lot of limeys in here. I don't know what. But yeah. Yeah, so Grandmaster Sid is a limey, and Cherry's a limey. And it's funny because I love talking shit about limeys. Like, Cherry's my right hand, you know. So behind the scenes when we're chatting, I'm like, you know, always saying that America's better because we beat them. Our entire idea of our country is based on us kicking their ass. Michelle's Canadian. I'm sorry.
Probably her second favorite word. I'm sorry. Canadians are so fucking nice.
They're so nice. Canadians are so nice. Josh from the Dad Challenge podcast, like, that dude is super nice. Like, he's an asshole in his own right. Like, I relate to him in the sense that, like, he has no trouble calling somebody out on their bullshit. His whole content is calling shitty parents out, you know?
Yeah.
That's his whole content, and he's great. And but it's really funny because he's always polite. And I'm like, I wish I knew how to be as polite as you are.
Right.
I just don't know how to do it. There's just something
Yeah.
about Canadians that just
The
know how
parent thing's a touchy one. The other channel that I'm on, there's a lot of parents in there, and I'm like, just beat your kids. And they're like, how dare you say that? I'm like, I don't think they need a fucking trophy every time they lose.
Sometimes a kid needs an ass whooping, man.
Right.
You know, a lot of people are like, that's real sensitive. Like everything is abuse, and it's
Yeah.
cool, dude. Like there was there was a time where this country was a lot more stable, and we didn't have mass shooters. Like, let's think about that for a second. Now, obviously, and I'm treading on some very, very dangerous waters here right now by bringing this up, but you get a mass shooter, right?
Mhm.
You get a mass shooter, and one could argue, well, they were abused. Well, how were they abused, right? But almost every one of these mass shooters were just simply neglected. They were handed an iPad or a phone, and
Yeah.
that was
Electronic babysitter, and nobody ever paid attention to them.
Exactly. So, but I mean, but you and I grew up in a generation where it's like, you got out of line, you got your ass whooped, period.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and what that did was teach me the difference between actions and consequences. You know what I mean? Like, if you fuck up, you're going to get your ass whooped.
Yeah, I think to a certain level, it gives you a period of thinking about what you're going to do before you do it.
Yeah.
Because
Now,
if you grow up,
I don't necessarily condone hitting a kid. You
No.
know what I mean? I don't. I'm just saying that like, to call that form of discipline abuse is a stretch if
Right.
if that person grew up to be well adjusted and what it did was teach them the difference between no consequences and consequences for your actions.
I think that's the biggest thing that I feel about it is, you get put in timeout your entire childhood, or you get a stern talking to.
Sure.
At some point there, and what it seems to me anyhow is the kids that grow up like that, they tend to not think that they're going to have strong repercussions for the shit that they do.
Right.
I think a certain level of being corrected, you're going to have some thought and go, well,
Yeah.
okay, this hasn't always worked out well in my life, so maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah, and I don't blame anybody. I'm not trashing anybody for having the belief that spanking your kid is wrong. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that I grew up in a generation where it wasn't considered abuse. Now, abuse and there was a difference. I remember watching an episode of The Incredible Hulk, with Lou Ferrigno and Bill Bixby, right?
Mhm.
As a little kid, and there was an episode about somebody being abused. There was a line, there was a difference between abuse and discipline, right? And even still, spanking happened, right? So
Yeah.
it was like, in my mind, the difference is, are you hitting this kid to discipline them, to teach them right from wrong, or are you beating them out of anger? You know what I
Right.
mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. There's a huge
you're a
difference.
fucking bully and a piece of shit if you're
Yes.
smacking around a kid. You know what I mean? But if you've tried every single possible method of discipline and to teach them something that is vital to their growth in life, and then you're left with nothing else. Okay, well, you know what? You do this kind of shit, you're gonna get an ass whooping. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Like, it's better you get an ass whooping from me than some asshole on the street.
Right.
Because if you pull that shit, somebody's gonna whip your fucking ass.
Yeah.
Like, so, but that's completely unacceptable nowadays.
Right.
It's completely unacceptable, and now we have mass shooters. Now we have people who think it's okay to throw bricks through windows, you know, and wear masks doing it and not take any accountability. Like they know that there's consequences. They just know how to manipulate and get out of those consequences.
Right.
Right. It's really crazy. And nobody wants to acknowledge that. You know?
Yeah. Let's blame the guns and blame this and blame that. This is an issue. And if we stop this, well, that won't bullshit. If you use that logic, then there should be no crime ever anywhere because there's so many laws in every single fucking country. Throw another law on top of it. See what that happens. What happens then?
Yeah.
It's done great for heroin, hasn't it? You know?
Right. Exactly. Heroin, cocaine, every illegal drug. Right. You know. Yeah. So it's really funny to me. I mean, because I remember like my mom, you know, single mom, you know, she did, like I said, she did the best she could. But I mean, there were times where I was just such an insufferable little asshole that she was forced to fucking do something. You know what I mean? Like you're in the store and you're acting a fucking fool, you know, like looking back on it, I could sit there and be like, oh my God, my mom did this and this and this. But am I acknowledging the fact that my mom was also working full time,
right,
going to school full time, and still having to raise 2 small kids, right?
Right.
So is it wrong that when I was in the store acting entitled to everything in the store and running amok, that she like grabbed me by the arm, pinched my arm, and smiled at me, going, "If you keep this shit up, I'm gonna fuck you up in front of everybody here." You know what I mean? Right. You know, was she being abusive? You know, if that was the case,
I don't think so. And personally, I think you learned, you know.
Yeah.
If nothing else,
I learned that I wasn't entitled to everything in the fucking store.
Right.
That shit costs money, and my mom worked her ass off to be able to provide for the things that we needed versus the things that I wanted. You know, so it's like, what the fuck, you know, like. But people look back on things like that and they just focus on the actual action, but they don't factor in all these other things that this parent is doing the best that they possibly can. So, you know, but they're abusive because they actually put their hands on their child. It's like, no, you know, maybe as a kid, you weren't fucking listening, you know, maybe you were playing a power game with your parent saying, "Oh, well, I don't care. I'll stand in the corner all fucking day and I'm still going to do what I do because fuck you for making me stand in this corner." Right? Because a kid is perfectly capable of having that mindset, you know? So this whole attitude of, you know, disciplining your children is wrong. Well, okay, fine. But you have to also live with the fact that your kid is running the house. You know, like it's just, I mean, does a tiger or a lion just let their cub do whatever the fuck they want? No. Like if they get out of line, if they do something fucked up, that tiger or lion will basically, you know, have its own version of thumping their kid in the head. You know, hey, cut that shit out. We knock that shit off.
We can't go too far down that rabbit hole because if they get too annoyed, they just eat them.
Right. Right. But I mean, yeah, but I mean, we're an evolved species. You know what I mean? Like it's fair to say that we're the most evolved species on the planet.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, I mean, but parental discipline, where's the line? You know, I mean, the line to me is the difference between anger and having the mindset of, I'm going to teach my kid that the world is not fucking sunshine and rainbows, and it's never going to be sunshine and rainbows. And right now, people are raising their kids to believe that the world can be sunshine and rainbows, and probably will be as long as they're happy.
Right.
No.
No. That's what I was saying last night on the other stream. You got to learn that you have to handle your shit. Bad things are going to happen. no matter what, no matter who you are, no matter how good you are, how bad you are, it doesn't matter. Bad things are going to happen to you. You're going to lose people. You're going to
Right.
lose people to some of the worst shit in the world. And it's
Right.
going to hurt, but it's how you handle your shit. And I don't think that anybody's being taught how to handle anything anymore.
That's what it is we're not teaching our kids. I mean, there's two main phases in raising kids that I believe, right? One is, you teach them not to be assholes, right? You teach your kid not to be a fucking asshole, right? And the next is to teach them how to be independent, how to thrive in the world on their own, because we're not going to coddle our kids for the rest of their lives, are we?
Right.
What's up, Mexi?
And neither is the world.
Mexi's in the house. That's my boy right there. Yeah, no, the world's not going to get better, dude. You know what I mean? And especially now, like, ironically, the world is getting worse because of the generation that we brought up. Everybody was like, in the 90s, every teenager in the 90s was like, you know what? I'm not going to raise my kids the way that my parents raised me. I'm going to let my kids do whatever the fuck they want, and I'm going to listen to them, and I'm going to treat them like equals, and blah blah blah. And look where that got us. Right now, we have an entire generation full of entitled shitheads. You know, I mean, that's the facts. There's no way to deny that.
The other, you can lean back on back in the day. It did happen. Everything that's going on now did happen back then. Maybe at a smaller rate, but it did happen. We just have more accessibility now.
Yeah.
Minutes after the Uvalde shit happened, while it was happening, people were streaming it on YouTube, Facebook, fucking Twitter, everywhere. So
dude, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a rock star. You know what's going on? You know the equivalent to that now is being a YouTuber. Anybody can fucking do it. So kids look at this shit and they're like, how do I get successful on YouTube? Well, you know what? Since my parents didn't give me enough attention, I'm going to shoot up a fucking school.
Right.
And that's how I'm going to be popular. That's how I'm going to be known. I'm going to be famous. That's crazy.
Yep.
You know? Like, and that's the problem. Guns aren't the problem. And social media isn't the problem. It's the way that we manage social media being in society today. It's the way that we do it. We're responsible. We're accountable. You know, parents are accountable.
Yeah.
Yeah, subscribe to Mexi if you guys are into the Mexi, homie. Listen, one of these days you're gonna have to fly out here, and dude, my house is definitely haunted. Mexi does paranormal investigations.
Oh, yeah?
Right? Yeah, he's like really big into that, and I'm always skeptical, but I've been on his panel a few times, and we've and I'm not gonna lie, man, like there have been times where, even though I'm skeptical, there have been times where he's doing like a spirit box type thing, and it's really accurate, like really like too accurate, where I'm just like, yeah, that's not coincidence. You know what I mean?
I have to jump over and check out the channel.
And yet I'm still like, yeah, it's part of me's like, this is bullshit. but dude, I just moved into a house that is 102 years old. If ghosts exist, this fucking house has them. I guarantee you. And there have been a couple of things where I'm just like, dude, I know I didn't leave that light on. I know I didn't leave that.
I'm on the fence about it too. A few years ago, I bought a house for my ex-wife, and I knew the owners of it. The husband died, and I was a fire medic, so I helped get him out of the house. And I bought the house, never told her a fucking thing about it. And about a year after we lived there, on a nightly occurrence, she would see somebody walking across our bedroom into the master bathroom, and the way she described them walking was right where his bed was.
Yeah.
Myself, never seen a thing.
I got to do this real quick while Mexi's in the chat. Okay.
You're okay. Let's say you're muted.
Like, you see this fucking cubby hole?
No, it's black.
Oh shit. No, there's no light that I can like. This shit is fucking scary, dude. I wish I had. Hold on. I don't have a. Let me. Maybe I can. No, I can't. It won't let me turn on the flashlight. All right. All right. Sorry. I wish that I could have actually like. I wish that I could have actually like shined the light where I was talking about, because I know Mexi would look at that shit and be like, yeah, there's definitely fucking demons in there. There's definitely fucking demons in there. But yeah. So I built this little studio in my basement, and but yeah, Mexi, you definitely got to come out here, and we'll do like an all-nighter, and and see what kind of spirits are here. This house, actually, I live in a very historical area in Tennessee, and this house is actually part of, whether we like it or not, it's part of a haunted tour, right? So before we even moved in, it was already established as a haunted house, right? There's a few houses on this block that are. Yeah, so Mexi, yeah, you got to come out here, dude. We'll have a blast. It'll be so much fun. Yeah, careful what you say, Mexi, because Cherry will twist it into something sexual. No, man, like, it's funny because I've dealt with haunted, like I've lived in apartments that I feel like were haunted, like where shit just got knocked down. And then what ends up happening is like I end up being like, you know what? Look, if you're in here, fine. Just leave me alone. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. You know,
You fuck off that way, I'll fuck off this way. It'll be all right.
Exactly. Just can we coexist? It's fine. I live here. I have to live here. You know what I mean? When I'm dead, I promise I won't dwell here. I'll leave it to you. You get to live here. That's fine.
I've never seen, heard, nothing even remotely close. My ex-wife, she swore she's seen an old man walking through her bedroom all the time, and I was like, well, that's weird. There was a guy that died here. I did carry him out of the house.
No, yeah, I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen anything like that, but I have like I've had like, I remember I had a closet that was full of shit, and I remember like I was sitting there watching a movie, and I heard everything in the closet collapse.
Mm.
Right? It was just, it was a hole, and I was like, I mean, it was 5 feet away from me, you know? And I was like, holy shit. And then I opened the closet and everything is perfectly intact. And I'm just like, all right. All right, man. Look.
So
If you're gonna be here,
if that was me, it'd be easy to explain. I just open up the closet door, chuck shit in, and slam it closed.
it's like I know what I fucking heard, you know. So if you're trying to make me out to be crazy, I know what I heard. So listen, if you're gonna be here, be here. That's fine. Just don't fuck with me. You know what I mean? Cherry's
Your fucking chat is awesome.
yeah, I love my chat. Cherry, Cherry's absolutely in the closet. Like nobody's ever actually seen her or anything or heard her voice. I believe that she is just some fucking limey Cornelius dude screaming for meatloaf from his mom. She has nothing better to do but sit there on the internet and be like, all right, I'll find this for you, Clara. I love you, Clara. Mum, bring us another pint. Mum. Mom, meatloaf. I mean, but she wants us all to believe that she's just like really hot sexual chick, but
Yeah, right.
no, she's a fat dude. Like she's totally a fat dude. Let's see. My mom used to hear someone pounding on the front door. Once she called the cops. I was upstairs dead asleep and had no idea the officers were checking the house. That's not a ghost. That's people playing pranks on you and knocking on the door and running. Like I used to do that. There's a really fucked up term for that is dated, and I won't even say it. But
right. And you can't even say it was because it's where you lived, because I lived on a 300-acre farm and they still did it at my house.
Yeah. Like, I mean, there was cow tipping and then there was knocking.
Yep.
And I will just leave it at knocking and running. Let's call it knocking and running. What's up, Panda Lady? Now we're just hanging out. Like I honestly, I said everything I needed to say about Teal Swan for today. But now we're just chilling.
I don't know that there's really much to be said about her. She's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep talking about, like, I really want to encourage my chat to watch her documentary on Hulu, because what you're seeing, the stuff that I'm going over, it really creates a perspective once you see that documentary and you see the real her and who she is and what she does. It's really fucked up.
I'll probably start it tomorrow.
She's extremely abusive. Yeah.
I'm building a studio. I just bought a 12 by 24 barn. Now I'm finishing the inside of it.
Right on, man. Like, so
It's
do you have a channel?
No, I haven't done anything. I do liquidations.
Okay.
So I need to expand what I'm doing, but at the same point, I'll have a studio in there too. So thinking of doing something.
You thinking of doing something like what? Musical or?
I'm not real sure yet.
Are you a musician?
No.
Okay.
No, I was thinking of doing something like this. There's too many channels to do shit that just they got their rules and they got their attitudes, and it goes weird all the time.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. You know, I want to be successful on YouTube just like anybody else, but I don't want to do it in the way that I see other channels become successful. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't. And that's actually why I respected you know, Manimal the way that I did, because, like, you know, he has over 100,000 subscribers, but he would only have as many people in chat as I have, just a few more, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, and I didn't like to see that because I thought that he was insightful and I thought that he had the you know, and I still feel that way. My mind hasn't changed. It was just the way that he treated me personally that I'm just like, fuck.
Yeah, he does good
Suck it.
things, and his channel's
Yeah.
good in its way. I mean, I can't say anything bad about him. We've had our
I won't talk shit about him. I'll just
we've had our back
know.
and forths before, but
yeah, I mean, it was just I just thought it was kind of shitty and it was really cheap and you know, to be like, oh, you're drunk and you're talking shit and blah blah blah. I was just like,
and
yeah,
there is a chance he'll reach back
don't
out
make
to
me
you
kick you
because
off.
I've seen it a few times where he's stepped out of line on something that he didn't understand, and a couple days later he's come back and went, well, shit, I didn't think
Well,
about that, and
yeah, and you know what? We all do that. The difference is, like you just pointed out, he actually came back and was like, you know what? I should be corrected on that, you know.
Yeah.
And to me that takes a lot of character. Like,
right,
you know,
and
he has my respect as far as that goes. It's just like he was a
and
dick
in
to
the
me.
same way, like I said earlier, it's YouTube. You chose to be there, so if you don't like what's going on, exactly what you did. This kind of sucks. I'm gonna go away now.
Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously he felt for some reason that I wasn't contributing to his content, and even though I was of the mindset that I wanted to, you know, because I like his content, you know, I was hoping to add to it and contribute to it
I
because
think
I wanted to
probably
support
the
it.
biggest thing there is Mondays. His weekday chat or streams, he tries to do them short and cut them off by like 1 a.m. But like through the depth case, we ran it until 5 in the morning every single. They were like 9 hour streams.
Sure, everybody
And,
was,
and
you know,
now
like,
he's trying not to, but they still end up going to like 4 or 5 o'clock. And he's like,
and
all
what,
right,
well, yeah, and I get trying not to do that, but I mean, you know, don't open your panel. You know what I
right,
mean?
yeah,
Like I started this like this is already going on 3 hours, but I mean, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? And when I get tired, I'm just gonna be like, hey, listen, guys, I'm done. You
yeah,
know,
that's it.
it's not a big deal. You know, I
Yeah,
don't know. I'm not trying to tell the guy like how to run his shit, but it was just like, dude, don't open your panel if you're gonna bitch about people actually commentating on the things that you're,
right.
you know, you created a situation where it's like, okay, we're going to go over this and I'm going to open the panel so that you can comment on it, but don't fucking comment on it because, you know, we need to watch it and I got to run my time a certain way.
Yeah.
Calm down, dude. Like it's okay. You know what I mean? Like, or just don't open your panel, you know,
Right.
go over the shit. If you're trying to manage time, don't open your panel, you know?
Right. And there's a lot of times he's been better on it. He's getting towards it. Like weekdays, most of the time he don't open the panel. He'll do a stream and then be like, all right, I got to go to bed. And then a lot of times when he does open the panel, he's like, we'll sit there quietly for a few minutes, and he's like, you know, I'm tired. Like, well, fucking tell everybody bye. And he's like, well, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. Well, it's people
What?
on the internet, man. Just
They're just,
you're
yeah,
in
they're just,
your house. Just be like, hey, I'm tired. We stayed on
yeah.
a stream one stream. It was like 11 hours, and he's just
Wow.
like sitting in his chair, head leaned over, headphones on, passed out, mouth hanging open. Finally got him awake, and I'm like, just push the little button, turn it off.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know,
Like,
you can
I
be
mean,
loyal to your fans, but when it's time for you to go, it's time for you to go.
I have trouble with that shit because, you know, like I watched we're going over on this channel right now. One of the things that we're going over is the Parkland shooter.
Yeah.
And he's on trial for, like, he's not on trial for the crime. It's a trial to dictate whether or not he gets the death penalty or not. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I've never seen that before. You know, I've never seen a trial that was revolved around whether or not somebody gets the death penalty. I've always covered, any trial that I've ever covered was a trial of guilt or innocence. You
Right.
know, it's his guilt is already established. It's a question of whether or not he gets lethal injection or he lives the rest of his life in a prison cell without the possibility of parole.
Yeah.
But that's fascinating me. And I today, you know, and yesterday, I remember I was talking to my roommate and I was just like, fuck, man, like I this never felt like work before. This is the
Yeah.
first time it ever felt like work, because like I was on for hours.
Yeah.
And then what ended up happening today, I'm not even gonna lie. What ended up happening today was I they went into recess and they were like a lunch recess, you know, and they were gonna come back, and I fucking went upstairs and I went to sleep and I didn't cover the rest of it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna do it again tomorrow because I've never seen that shit before, you know.
Yeah.
But
That's,
it's exhausting. It's fucking exhausting.
yeah.
But
That's
11
like,
hours,
yeah.
you 11 hours. I can't imagine doing 11 hours of a live
It
stream.
was
I
it
can't
was
imagine.
insane. And you know, he's trying to be loyal to his fans and at the same time trying to balance it all because he's a paralegal too. He works
Yeah.
all day. So you stream until 7 o'clock in the morning while he gets a shower and goes to work.
And yeah, and you know what? The main reason I should correct myself and say this. The main reason why I was attracted to his channel, because he said he was a paralegal. I would love to have that professional insight in a lot of the cases that I cover.
Yeah.
And I don't want, you know, but it's not like I'm looking at him like competition, you know what I mean?
Right.
I just want his insight, you
Yeah.
know. And I was hoping to have. I feel like we have things in common, and that's why I would join his panel. Is like I just really like the way this guy thinks. He's very, very.
Weekend
You know,
streams are a lot different. A lot
I
different.
can't. I can't talk shit about the guy other than how I was treated last night.
And like
You
I
know?
said, it's happened before where he said something or tried to get his point across. The other person is too, and it just kind of goes weird. So you know, there's been. I've only been on his channel for a few months, but there's been a few times where he's reached out and was like, "Shit, I didn't. That's not what I was intending."
Sure.
So
I mean, yeah.
it might
You
happen.
know, I mean, it's whatever, you know. I mean, you do the best you can with your channel, you know what I mean, and you add insight as best as you can, and either people like it or they don't, you know.
Yeah.
And I could be bitter about the fact that I have only 26 people watching right now, or I could be grateful for the fact that I have fucking 26 people that give a shit what the fuck I have to say. It's crazy. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
You know, so when there's 1,000 people, I'm just like, man, that's fucking even crazier.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like I'm not, you know, of course, as a content creator, I'm going to think about content, but mostly I'm just going to be like, this is fucking insane that even this many people give a shit
Right.
what I'm doing, you
The
know.
best channels that I've been around, and not necessarily the viral ones, but the best channels that exist and stay moving along are the ones that do this. You know, just do what you do, what interests you, and turn the camera on and go live and do what you do. And the people will
Yeah.
come, they'll interact, and as long as you're having fun with it, it doesn't feel like you're staying entertained, and it'll grow.
That's my favorite thing. It's like you made the comment that my chat was awesome. Like, I do this for the chat. I love the chat.
Yeah.
You know, like I love that my chat interacts with each other. I have a Patreon, and my Patreon members will interact with each other in my Discord. You know, this
Yeah.
is just a congregating place. You know, it's just fun that way. And I'm just grateful that like I said, anybody even just gives a shit. You know, like great. You know, and I'm just gonna keep doing this. You know, and then there's gonna be something that's gonna come along where a bunch of people who aren't these people are going to be there, you know. But these people are going to be there, and as long as these people will be there,
Yeah.
that's all I give a shit about, you know.
Yeah, that's we're like when he was covering the Depp channel or the trial.
Right.
He got flooded with a lot more people, and they backed away, and the same people are still show up every stream. It makes it a lot better, but you know, the people that are here now and the people that follow you every live, those will be the ones that shut the assholes down that pop in just to.
Oh yeah, Cherry will definitely do that. Like she sniffs them out.
Yeah.
She sniffs them out. Like and funny that you mentioned the Johnny Depp thing is like I met Cherry through the Johnny Depp thing because there's this whole bunch of creators and subs even that have been following the Johnny Depp thing for like the past like 4 years, dude.
Yeah.
You know, and I've for the past year I actually made some friends in that area. And it's something that they were very passionate about. And then when the trial started, the whole world was talking about it. And then every other YouTuber creator jumped on the bandwagon and blah, 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 blah. But Cherry was one of the people. I met Cherry through that. Like she was a mod for another channel that was following that case.
Yeah.
But she was so good at being a mod. And then I was just like, you know, I was just grateful that she liked my content enough, and she's become the backbone of this entire channel.
Right.
You know,
Well, that's
and
a good thing, dude.
it's through the Johnny Depp case.
Yeah.
You know, when you think about it, it's crazy. And it was long before this trial started. You know, there was this whole network of people that were,
and it's going to happen again real soon.
Yeah.
With Manson, that's probably going to be probably not as big, but pretty close.
Yeah, because because what's funny is I'm thinking that I'm going to start looking into that.
It is wild.
Because a lot of these same Johnny Depp people are following the Manson thing too.
Well, they're
right?
best friends.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I might get into that. But right now, my mindset is that Manson is guilty. So what's really
spend 5 or 10 minutes listening to some of the shit, and then you go, "Wow."
That's what Cherry says. That's what Cherry says. We have actually behind the scenes had arguments, and I remember watching there's the HBO documentary that Evan Rachel Wood put out, and it's, you know, it's very convincing. You know,
it is.
Yeah, it's very convincing.
And I've heard the same thing. He's got multiple people coming at him. You know, most of these situations where multiple people come at the person, you find out this shit really did happen. But
you got to be really careful too. You know,
I mean, one of their claims, and one that he's suing on, was he made a movie called Groupie.
Okay.
And in that movie, they're saying that there's one scene that's necro. And they're saying that in that scene, the actress was dead and also a minor. The actress is alive, and she's come out in the public and went, "I was 23. I wasn't dead."
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. Maria Wilcox is back. So she's back because she can't sleep. So hopefully we can put her to sleep because we bore her so much. So yeah. Maria Wilcox, welcome back. We hope that we can pacify you to the point of where you fall asleep. Just suck on the glarer nipple. I don't know if Marilyn Manson is guilty of these things. I don't get the vibe that I'm not going to say he's not capable. But
Anybody's capable of anything.
I feel like he's too smart, to actually engage in this kind of behavior. Like, why would somebody who is already susceptible to public scrutiny, and he's made a career out of being susceptible to public scrutiny, his public scrutiny created his career. It elevated his career. Why would he consciously abuse someone,
right,
knowing that it's going to come out?
Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't some shit just like Johnny. That I'm sure that there was some toxic situations.
I'm sure, yeah. I'm not going to say that Johnny never put his hands on fucking.
You can't go through a situation like that and expect everything to be one-sided the whole way. I mean, I was in an abusive relationship. My ex-wife was a fucking terrible person.
Yeah,
and I'd like to say that I was, the holy grail of man and never done a fucking thing, but I can't say that.
Right. And that's tough, man. Like, especially in this day and age, it's like, no matter what, you're going to be villainized as a woman abuser if you ever put your hands on a woman, and, whether you did or not, and I don't want you to fucking admit whether you did or not. I'm not asking you to. Just fucking, that's your business. That's nobody's fucking business. What I'm saying is like, what the fuck is, if you're in an abusive relationship with a woman, and there's, let's say, one occasion where you put your hands on that woman, the fallback is always, you should never put your hands on anyone. Nobody should ever, like, at the end of the day, when you break it down, let's just cut through the whole argument and get to the bottom of that argument, right? The bottom of that argument is always, you should never be putting your hands on anyone ever, right? But if you're somebody who is wandering through the woods, okay, and then a bear is there, and you decide to poke that bear and sit there and go, and then that bear mauls you, do you get to claim to be a victim of a bear attack?
Right. And my situation was, I never hit her, but it was toxic and it got bad. And I said a lot of bad shit that I shouldn't have said. Said a lot of bad shit that you don't say to people.
Right.
But, and that's what I'm saying with the Depp case is shit that goes that toxic for that long. He's not a saint.
I don't think so either. I mean,
he's done things.
He's a drug addict, and admittedly, sure. But do I buy that he never put his hands on her? No, I don't buy that shit.
But did he do what she said? I don't see that at all.
No, I don't. Do I think she's a fucking liar? Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
She proved. I mean, in a court of law, she was proven to be a liar. But do I think that Johnny Depp was an angel in that relationship? No. Absolutely not. No, I don't. But it's a question of, even if he did put his hands on her, right? We're looking at two people where in a court of law, it was established one was of an abusive personality, the other one wasn't. You know what I mean? Like Johnny Depp, even if he put his hands on her at some point, it was established that he's not someone of an abusive nature. He's not a mean guy. He was trying to hurt people, you know? And I'm not even saying that it's self-defense, you know? I think that the two of them just had a really fucked up relationship, you know? You know,
And then throw in piles of drugs and alcohol and
sure. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know that he ever beat her up to the point where she couldn't go back on film, but
No,
you know.
and I don't think he stuck a knife in her fucking pussy or anything like that. Like,
No.
I mean, the shit that she was talking about was just so completely insane. You know, like, no, this dude did not rape you, you know, with objects. He did not do that. And
Where is there a
do
point?
not exude the personality of somebody who would allow yourself to be susceptible to something like that.
Yeah. Where is a point in a mindset like that where you go, yeah, this will work? Not once do you ever repeat your story back to yourself and go, man, that's fucking stupid. Why would I say that?
Right. Right. You know, I mean, she's obviously a liar, you know, and it's proven in court that she was a liar.
Yeah.
What happened behind closed doors, what happened in that relationship, we will never actually know. There's no way we will ever know. But in a court of law, it was proven that she was a fucking liar.
Yeah.
You know, so everything that she says boils down to credibility. You know what I mean? She doesn't have the credibility. You know,
and I think we'll see this through Manson too.
I was just going to get to that. Yeah, I'm curious about that.
See, the thing is that she filed
now.
her
Will Manson sue Evan Rachel Wood for defamation? Will he do that? I hope so.
He already is. Evan and Ilma Gore.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, that's the next case coming up. Is defamation.
Cherry's gonna love this. Yeah. So if I jump on this, Cherry's gonna be all about it because we argued about it. You know, I was like, I don't know, man. I watched that Evan Rachel Wood. I watched that that documentary that she made, and she was trying to tell me, like, she was like, yeah, she made it. You know.
Yeah. And she did the same thing that Heard did with Aquaman. She dropped it, or she dropped the story right as soon as around the release time of this, and made every come out with news and all that shit while she was making this, and then through that started promoting the show or the.
Yo, Matt Bond is in the house. He was on panel with me earlier today. I'm gonna bring him on panel if I can. Actually, I really like this dude. He's in Australia, so whatever time it is now, what is it? It's 11:57. It's noon, give or take, in Australia right now. Give me a second and let me. I'm gonna bring him on. Matt Bond, join us. Oh, you're watching the series? Yeah. I it's funny. We watched the Teal Swan shit on break of the trial, and Matt Bond is really well versed in the Parkland shooters.
Hello again.
What's up, Matt?
Not much. I have the future is pretty bright at the moment.
Is it? How so?
Yeah, the sun's over this side of the world.
It is. Yes, it is. This is Tim. Tim's on panel with us.
I started watching that series.
Oh, did you? Okay. What do you think?
You've definitely. Oh, yeah, you can see exactly what you were saying earlier on in it. I'm definitely going to watch episode and then her response to it. So I'll watch them in order. I think that will make the most sense. But yeah, no, she's batshit crazy.
The perfect explanation or description.
I wouldn't wish her on my worst enemy.
I got a hard time following her because you start and you go, man, she's crazy, and the crazy just sits there in your head.
Yeah, I'm definitely saying that. I'm seeing how she's trapping people and then keeping them.
Yeah, and I don't want to dismiss her as crazy either. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, no, she's actually extremely intelligent the way she's doing it. The more
Right.
you look into it,
And she's using her intelligence for manipulation. Like
yeah,
she's absolutely manipulative, in my opinion.
100%.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm sorry if I didn't come back on live after, the break in the trial. I was
You
exhausted.
literally missed the first time. Did you watch what happened after the break?
I did not. What happened? Let me know.
The defense finally got the nerve to ask some questions.
Okay.
They didn't ask any hardballs. It was just of one of the teachers on the second floor, asking him, does he remember who the hall monitor was, and if the hall monitor's still there. And he said that no, he had only been there for 2 years, and as far as he's aware, they keep rotating them. So, is that a thing with schools over there? Do you have hall monitors
Yeah.
on all the
Yeah.
floors, or?
That's actually been a thing for decades. When I was in school, we had hall monitors. Because you didn't want kids just roaming the halls. And you had to have a hall pass. If you were going to use the bathroom or whatnot, a lot of schools implement the policy that you have to have a hall pass.
Okay. I thought it was just something that they made up in the TV shows and that, because we
No,
don't have that here.
Now, yeah, the term hall pass has been used as slang as like for, couples, like, okay,
If by chance you meet this celebrity, it's
you get a hall
your
pass, you get to sleep with them.
yeah.
If you get the chance to meet your celebrity crush, you get a hall pass from me. You're right. But obviously there's an origin to that term, and the origin is literally what it means is you get to roam the halls to go to the bathroom or to go to the principal's office or whatever.
When I hear hall pass, I instantly think of the South Park episode where Cartman is Dog the Bounty Hunter.
What's funny? I never got into South Park, man. I did see the South Park movie in the theater when it came out.
Yeah.
Shut your fucking face, Uncle Fucker. Right. I'll never forget that. And I remember seeing it in the theater and being on a lot of drugs.
Screw this and get head.
But I never got into South Park. I never the humor was just like, okay. I felt like it was obvious. It was, I feel like they were doing what I was already thinking. You know what I mean?
Well, that was kind of the point of it. Is that was how they got
Either
away
you
with it.
relate to it, right? Either you like that, or me personally, like if I listen to a comedian, I want them to say what I'm thinking, I guess, to a certain degree,
Mhm.
but in their own creative way to where I would have never thought of it that way, you know.
I think that's why I got so hooked on it. Because I was such a good little mummy's boy. Never skipped a class, never got detention or anything. So yeah, it wasn't that obvious to me. I had a very sheltered
Well, wouldn't you? I mean,
childhood.
if you were such an upstanding model school citizen, wouldn't you have been somebody who had a hall pass? You know, most of the time you would have actually had the hall pass.
They didn't
Somebody
have
would
them
have
there.
given you the hall pass, but you didn't have
Yeah,
hall
we
passes
we
in your
never
school,
had.
is what you're saying.
I don't know whether they do now because it's been God knows how many years since I was in school. But yeah, no, we never had the hall pass system or anything. It was just if you needed to go to the bathroom, you'd ask the teacher, and the teacher would be like, "Yep, no problem, go."
Yeah, I mean, a lot of schools are like that, and even schools that implement the hall pass policy will not even follow it sometimes, and just be like, just go. You know, if you gotta go to the bathroom, go. Just go. I don't give a shit.
So but yeah, no, that was the only question that the defense had the nerve to ask. Other than that, it went
What
very
was the
quickly.
question? That whether or not people had
Um,
hall
whe-
passes? What?
whether he knew who the hall monitor was at the time, if the hall monitor was present, and if they're still the hall monitor now.
Yeah, but what difference does that make?
Exactly. It's like, But I guess it was
That's the
because
best the defense can come up with.
I guess they're trying um, to point out if there was a hall monitor there at the stairwell, why didn't they go classroom to classroom, giving a heads up?
I don't know that that's effective at all. I mean,
It did nothing. It was useless. It's
Can
not going
you
to do anything
imagine?
for what the case is.
Like look at how we all see this shit, right? You have the Parkland shooter. He's clearly guilty. Can you imagine what it's like for the defense? You know, I mean, obviously they're going to try things like motioning for a mistrial, right? You know, things like that. But there's no way that that defense is sitting there going, what are we doing right now? You know, what are we doing? Like, how are we contributing to society in a positive way? You know,
Yeah.
the only thing that I can think of is that they're like, well, we're trying to save someone's life. You know, that would be the only grounds that I would think that those people are functioning on is and
it's probably not even that. In this country, you're entitled to a defense.
sure. But
So
I was just going to get to that. I was just going to get to that. So, I mean, is this because he has a defense team? You know, he's sitting among like 3 or 4 different lawyers, right?
They have to when it comes to a death penalty case. If you check out the Laurie Vallow Chad Daybell case,
Right. Yeah.
now that they're looking at the death penalty for them, Laurie Daybell's attorney has been fired, and she's now been given a team by the public defenders.
So the public defender will actually supply a team of public
Yes,
defenders.
In a death penalty case, they have to have a team.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I
I
didn't know
would say
that.
that
I love how somebody from Australia is educating me on
I
how,
was
you know,
just thinking while he was talking, how screwed up is this country that we have somebody from Australia that knows more than us.
right.
I don't know a single thing going
I
on
don't
in
either.
Australia
I don't either.
with their legal system that I'm like, yeah, well, I gotta check into this.
And I'm
It
just
helps
fascinated
that
by
I'm
it.
good friend. It helps that I'm good friends with Emily D. Baker, Natalie Lawyer Chick, and
Okay,
all
that
those YouTube lawyers. So I get a lot of
Yeah,
wisdom from them.
I like Emily Baker because she's very, very direct, you
Yeah,
know. Like she has the fact that she is an actual attorney working for her credibility as a YouTube creator, but on top of that, she's like also fuck you. You know,
yeah.
I don't give a shit. I
yeah.
don't give a shit if you log on or log off. I'm telling you how it is, and whether you like it or not, fuck off. You know, I'm
It's
gonna.
definitely handy knowing Emily and Natalie so well, because Emily was a prosecutor in California, and Natalie is currently a public defender. So I get both sides of the coin.
Right,
Um,
right.
so it's been helpful also bouncing off them what's going on. I'm waiting to hear back from both of them what their thoughts were on the motion for mistrial yesterday and that. So as soon as I hear, I'll let you know.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna continue covering the case. I'm gonna continue covering the trial. It's something, my fascination with it, and the reason why I'm covering it is because I've never seen a trial based on whether or not somebody should get the death penalty or not. His I've never seen anything like this because his guilt is already established. You know, it's
Yeah,
already established. This is a trial based on whether or not, because I'm used to judges being like, okay, this is what I'm going to sentence you. Usually the judge does that. This is where a jury has to decide, and it has to be unanimous. And I find that very fascinating. It has to be unanimous that that a jury decides whether or not this man should get the death penalty. And honestly, I think that that's great. I would prefer that rather than a judge.
absolutely. Yeah,
I would prefer that. So seeing this actually happen is my fascination with this. Um, like we talked about earlier today, when you were on panel with me, is I want justice based on whatever the families of the victims feel justice should be. I want justice for them in that sense. So I'm not wishing the death penalty on him. I am absolutely, totally unbiasedly, you know, uh, forming my opinion on this. Even though I will express my opinions, like once I hear something, I'll start ranting and raving and be like, he should fucking die and blah 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 and taxpayers blah 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 blah. I'll do all that. But the truth is, I mean, the real truth is, if the families get justice, that's what I'm rooting for. I want the families to get justice. And if they feel that justice is being served, that he just never sees the light of day again, that's fine too. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to kill
after
him.
today's, um I definitely want to see the families of those killed get justice, but I'm also thinking more so the victims that were shot and injured, and like the girl I was talking about on the earlier stream, the one that had to play dead and was combing brain
I
matter
hate
out of her.
seeing them relive it.
Yeah, they're the
That's
ones that I
hard.
feel the worst for, because they're gonna have to, literally we saw the book or whatever it was drop off the bench,
Like
and
if we
she
were
jumped right
watching,
there in the seat.
yeah, if we were watching a made for TV movie, right? We were watching a made for TV movie where um we were watching these victims these survivors trying to decide where they're going to go on this. You know, like, think about that for a second. Like, holy shit. Okay, another trial. We already like he pled guilty. That's it. Justice is served. But now we have to deal with another trial, and I have to testify in order to help sway a jury one way or the other whether or not he gets the death penalty. Whereas we're always so used to a judge deciding this. Now it's a jury. And if one juror says no, that's it. They have to unanimously decide this person's fate, you know? And
I don't think it can be on the sentencing phase. I don't think it can be a hung jury where they then like, okay, we come back and try again. If one says no, then it's up. That's it. You get life.
Yeah.
And you know what? I mean, I'm satisfied even still. That's what's really kind of fascinating. You know, I'm not wishing death on this guy. But if they decide that he gets death, I'm like, well, you know, don't fucking shoot up a school, asshole. You know what I mean? Like, but if they spare his life, I'm not going to be like disappointed. You know what I mean? But I feel like I might be disappointed if I have to look into the eyes of the parents of these children that were killed, and if they're disappointed, I'm going to feel disappointed for them. You know, they're the ones that get to dictate what justice is. In my personal opinion, they're the ones.
We can be sure that most of the parents, if they don't get the outcome they wanted, they'll be pretty vocal about it.
Yeah.
They've been pretty vocal up until now, so I can imagine that they'll express it afterwards. So
right. Man, yeah, it's a difficult thing, man. It's a difficult thing. It's, you know,
the
hearing those gunshots and hearing the people screaming, you know, like, and I get the defense, like trying to call a mistrial for that. I would have used that if I was a defense attorney. I would have been like, yeah, dude, what the fuck was that? You know. So I give him an A for effort for trying, you know, but at the same time, you know, that judge was like, nope, no mistrial. That's not happening.
Yeah. With how long it's all the drama that they've gone through over the last, is it 4 years?
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Yeah, 4 or 5 years.
And you're looking at like
finally get it there. They're not going to go through it again.
Right. You know, you want them to finally have closure, you know, and think about them like, you know, they don't get to live in the place that they feel the most comfortable at home without things being so different now. People are going to look at them in a restaurant or in the grocery store like, oh my God, you're the parent of that victim, you know,
Yeah.
And then me going, hey, that's the parent of that victim, blah, 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 blah. You know, and all this like really weird interactions that are going to be taking place and their lives, even if this happens to their favor, it's not going to ever be the same for them, ever.
And it reopens the wounds every time another one happens.
Right.
Can you imagine what goes through their minds, especially, you know, the last one in Texas? You know, after when every time a mass shooting occurs, you have all the parents or family members of people killed from previous ones, they're all through the media saying, you know, sadly these families have now joined the exclusive club that no one wants to be a part of, but is growing insanely rapidly.
Yeah, and even so, like let's say that they are part of these little cliques in their community. They're going to be the parents of victims no matter what happens. No
Mhm.
matter what happens, they're never going to get to live normal lives, you know? It's just really
Yeah.
sad.
So I've just tuned in. What have you guys been talking about for the last few hours?
Well, we were talking about Teal Swan, man. You know what
Oh,
we talked
yeah.
about on the little break during the trial earlier today. We were talking about her a little bit more. And we were going over her how she looks at relationships, which I found was really funny.
Yeah, before I fell asleep after the stream, the court stream finished this morning, I took your advice and jumped on YouTube and watched a couple of videos. And the first one that popped up was, I've forgotten his name. He did a 2-part look at her video on suicide.
Yeah.
And it was scary how much she actually did know about it. She made it clear that she had been suicidal before, so she was,
Sure.
as you said
No,
earlier on,
and you can
she
actually
was
see the
talking from
scars.
experience.
You can see the scars on her arm from being a cutter.
Yeah,
It's just very funny to me that instead of taking some sort of accountability and trying to set an example of somebody who learned from that, she's using the idea that she learned from it without actually taking any accountability, and then she's using that to gain more followers from people who are just as codependent and people who have suffered through this. Yeah, it's crazy to me that she does
and
this.
unfortunately, well, that alligator video was perfect example. She keeps feeding the alligator, drawing it back in rather than trying to move it to another
Right,
safe area, and that
right.
she
See,
keeps feeding the monster, not destroying it.
right,
And that, which
or
is
just
scary.
simply ejecting it from her life. You know what I mean? And yet she seems to keep this at bay, but at the same time, the anger that drives her is what she's using to get people to follow her. It's very weird. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, when you bring up the alligator, it's like, you know, that dude just like put the alligator in the trash can, and like in my mind, the analogy for that, the productive way of looking at that is this guy like had an alligator in his driveway, and then he grabbed a garbage can and then like got the alligator in the garbage can, and then he didn't try to kill it, he didn't try to hurt it in any way, he just tried to release it next to the canal and go, hey, just stay the fuck off my property. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If so, you know, I don't give a shit what your problems are, whatever, you know, and if you're a narcissistic, you know, predator in some way, stay the fuck away from me. Instead, her attitude is let's prey on the predator, right? I don't see how that's productive. I just don't see that.
I don't think
You
it's
would think,
productive or healthy.
No, it's not.
absolutely, yeah. You would think, being someone who's gone through what she has gone through, because in the video he did go over her past history and all that. After going through what she did go through, you would think she, more than most, would understand that you'll be very lucky if you find two people that will fit in the same box.
Right.
Yet that's her system. Everyone fits in the same box, and her way is the only way that works. She's constantly mainstream therapists and that will do this, and this. And it's like, well, no, you do get some of the newer, not so practiced psychs that will turn, or counselors that will turn around and say, if you're suicidal, you need to think of the positives, look at the good things that are going on in your life, and that, and he's like, and that is correct. What you said is correct. Never throw that in their face. Like he also said, never tell someone who is genuinely suicidal, or you think is genuinely suicidal, think about what you're going to do to the people that you leave behind, because that just makes them feel
Right.
worse. So he actually said that a lot of the stuff that she is saying is correct, and as we were saying in this morning's
Well, it's shit that
stream,
we already knew. You know what I mean? Like we already
exactly,
know
it's
that
stuff that she
shit. Like
picked up.
she's acting like she came up with these crazy revelations, but we already know this stuff, lady. You know what I
It's all
mean?
stuff
Like,
she's picked up from therapy herself.
right.
When you first said that she had been in 15 relationships, before, failed relationships, I thought that was crazy enough. But the fact that she's had, 5 marriages and divorces, that was just, I was like, holy crap.
Yeah.
And she still was
Of
living,
those 15, she had 5 marriages. Right.
and with those marriages, she was still living with her ex in the house.
Right.
And
Yeah.
it's like,
And
well, you're setting yourself up to fail instantly there. Who's going to
then
want to
when
marry you and live with your ex partner?
so you started watching the thing on Hulu, like I told, like I was talking about, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Have you gotten through all of them yet?
I've just started the first one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You're gonna see the dynamic. A lot of what the point of that documentary series is her dynamic with that one ex. And once you see that, you're gonna be like, what the fuck? And
Do they just
like what's
focus
funny
on
is
her, or do they
I
focus
look at
on
the
others?
guy. I'm not gonna lie. I look at the guy and I'm just like, what a fucking cuck, dude. Like, dude, grow some balls, man. What the fuck are you doing? Like seriously. But at some point he actually does grow those balls. You know what I mean? Like you don't expect him to, but he actually fucking does. He grows the balls, and then you're like, wow. And then you actually see how she reacts to it. And you're like, wow, now I really see you. Like I saw you, but now I really fucking see you, lady. You're shitty. You suck. You're mean. You're a bad person. And you got your own shit to work out, and you're not being productive you're responsible. You've made yourself responsible for all these people, and you're not being productive in the sense of helping them become responsible for themselves in any way, shape, or form. You're not doing that. You're showing the whole world. And what's really funny is she continues to, like, each episode, when each episode aired, and she keeps them up, which is really funny. I'm surprised she hasn't privatized them, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Each episode that airs, she releases a reaction video to each episode. Now you can binge them, but when they were first aired, they were week by week. You had to wait a week for the next episode, right? So the first episode, she goes over the, and I went over that on another live stream, but I'm trying to encourage my listeners right now to watch the second episode once they do. And once they do, I'm going to play her reaction to the second episode and her weird little defense to each episode, you know, because she's acting like, well, that's not me, you know. No, dude, I saw those words come out of your mouth. What are you talking about? That is you. What are you talking about? That is you. So don't sit here and try to act like you weren't this person, you know. And the fact that she feels the need to come up with these defenses, it just tells me everything I need to know about her. You know what I mean? You know, I mean, as a YouTube creator, people are going to criticize you. You know what I mean? And so if you're a public figure and you're expecting to get as much money as it takes to fucking buy a country, you know, you're subject to criticism. It's going to happen. And you can't handle the criticism to the point to where you need to actually put out a video to counter anything that's negative about you. Come on. You have no security issues. I mean, you have no security. You have nothing but insecurity issues, you know?
The scary thing is how much it reminds me of my ex. Right down to the point where when I told her, fuck this, I'm out of here, after my daughter, who was 3 at the time, caught her cheating, and that she was still, well, you can stay here, live in the house in another room. And I'm like, fuck, I'm going to stay and live in the house.
See, I don't get that. My ex-wife did pull that shit too. Like, I bought her the house. And she's like, you can stay here. And I was like, well, maybe you can't.
Right.
Fuck out.
Like, what planet are you on?
How does that make any sense that, you know, there's all this bad between us and now we're just going to hang out and live together like it's not a problem?
No, you don't get to continue being abusive towards me.
Right.
It doesn't work that way.
I have no idea what these people are on. It's absolutely mind-blowing.
I love that Petty Patty actually fucking like binged it. Petty Patty's like, I watched the whole guy. Once I watched the one episode, I had to watch the whole thing. I'm rewatching it so that we can be on the same page, because I'm going to cover this woman. I don't care if I have 10 people in chat when I do it. I don't give a fuck. Like,
it'll be good.
I love talking about this lady. She sucks.
It'll be good.
So bad.
Once you've gone through the series, and it'd be good to go back and actually go through the original videos to
I
have them
wish
in context.
I wish I could play this the documentary series, you know, but you know, they'll copyright you. They'll actually like shut the live down. I always do live streams. I never make videos.
Yeah.
So like as I'm live, they'll shut it down. You know, I've actually gone through that before where it happens where I'm just like, shit, you know. But no, yeah. So I just, all I can do is encourage my chat to like watch this shit. If you have Hulu, watch The Deep End, and then we can talk about it. And I'll open my panel and we can all discuss it, you know.
Yeah, it'd be good to go to the original videos so that we get them in context, because we have to also remember Hulu and the producers of the program are pushing their narrative and they're nitpicking out of her videos what message they want to push. So it would be good to look at the original videos to have it in context.
Right.
So that people can't come back and say, well,
because when I cover the videos that I'm talking about, when you don't see this documentary, it's easy to get caught up in her bullshit word salad. You know what I mean? And you're just getting my word over it. but when you see this documentary, you see her
Yeah.
real self, you know? And then the fact that she felt the need to defend herself from it speaks volumes. Like, I have hate
Definitely.
videos, dude. You type in the glare search in YouTube, and you're gonna be like, okay, because there's gonna be hate videos about me that were made, and it's fine. You know what I mean? It's fine, dude. Um, and a lot of them are based on lies, and that's fine too. You know, it's just like, you know, but you're subject to criticism. If you do what I'm doing right now, you're subject to criticism. It's just how it is. Period. It's just how it is. The fact that she feels that insecure, even though she has 1 million subscribers, it's crazy. If 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 somebody shares with her, right? I only have 24 people watching right now, right? But if somebody shares with her this live that we're talking about, she's going to feel the overwhelming need to defend herself because she's that narcissistic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't get
Although she
those
has
people.
that many followers, how many actually view and watch
Yeah,
the
I don't think
videos?
that all 1 million of those people actually follow her and invest in what she's saying. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of people that feel the same way that I do. Um, you know, but I mean, but not, obviously they don't invest in what I'm saying because they don't know the fuck that I'm out there. But
Yeah,
but
I'd be
I think that
intrigued
I
to
think
find
she's getting
out.
just as much. I think she's getting just as much hate as she's getting, praise.
Yeah, definitely. I'd be intrigued to find out what her views to subscription ratio is.
Yeah, I'd be curious about that too. Uh, yeah, but I think it's genuinely alarming what, as far as people that actually invest in what she's saying. You know, it's alarming. Because I want people to believe in themselves. I want people to invest in themselves and have faith in themselves. And I feel like if and I don't mean in a selfish way. I mean in the sense that, like, if you productively believe in yourself, you can put out a certain energy that 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 sets an example that people will catch on to, and they'll spread that too. There's something good about believing in yourself. Um, she doesn't seem to have that. She's not putting that out there. She's just kind of leeching off people who are codependent. And I think it's sad, really. More than anything, I just think it's sad.
She's actually not that big when you look at her views. Most of her videos sit in the mid. I mean, to us, it's probably huge, but um, considering the number of subscriptions, most of them are in the um, like 50s to 70s. Occasionally, she'll hit 100K. Um, and that I'm down 2 months worth of
Yeah.
videos, and she's had one that came close to 1 million. Other than
Oh,
that,
yeah. Her views are
um,
definitely depleting. You know,
yeah,
I'm seeing the earlier videos being at, like, uh some of them being 309,000, and then going down to like 95,000, 85,000,
yeah,
and then once in a while she'll get one that's like 106,000, and then she'll have 84,000. And then
yeah.
there's this one here. Let's see. Motherhood versus career. Let's let's look at this. This one has almost 800,000 views.
There's one here, triggered by clingy people, that's got
Right.
2.3 million from 5 months ago.
So she's talking about the difference between motherhood and career. Let's hear what she says about that.
Quite aggressive and people are going to hate, but I'm going to stand by it. And that's that it's not actually possible to have extreme versions of both. If you're looking to really want to be a mom and you're looking to really want a career at the same time, you're going to look at less of both. And every woman, I think, has to be in that reality and stop selling each other on the fact that you can have tons of both. This sort of motherhood career split is the bane of existence for women who have careers. That's the truth. And we all need to start saying it. And not only that, even though we do need to move in this place where a woman really has a choice and is valued either way, we need to come out of this position where women are in this lose-lose, where if they choose the career, they're respected, but they're also not liked very much, right? The second that competency levels go up in a female, her likability.
Yo, let me tell you something. A woman who can do both is only an example of the badass that I've already considered women to be. Women are badasses, period.
I don't think you ever go, oh, she can raise a kid and carry a full-time job. She sucks.
Yeah, like what the fuck is she talking about? You know,
I don't think I've ever considered that.
Why does she feel attacked on that?
Ability goes down. And to the opposite, what I'm noticing, which is also not acceptable, is that the women who are really powerfully going to choose for motherhood, they need to be really received in society in a way where that is valued.
They are.
I'm going to say something quite aggressive and people are going to hate, but I'm going to stand by it. And that's that it's not actually possible to have extreme versions of both. If you're looking to really want to be a mom and you're looking to really want a career at the same time, you're going to look at less of both. And every woman, I think, has to be in that reality and stop selling each other on the fact that you can have tons of both. This sort of motherhood career.
We already know that, asshole.
For women who have careers.
Like,
that's the truth.
we already know that.
Saying it. And not only that, even though we do.
Well, on the plus side, she's just shut down MLMs.
My bad.
He was back.
I mean, why does she think that? Like, that's crazy. That has almost 800,000 views. That little tidbit.
I think most of the views on that one will be MLM Huns.
Yeah.
Because they're constantly pushing you can have financial freedom, be successful, get rich, whilst staying home with your kids and that. So she really just shot that idea in the butt.
Okay, this hits personal to me. Let me see what she says about gratitude. She's saying, "Have you noticed this about gratitude?" And this has 157,000 views. Okay, I can't rewind these, which is annoying, but
I noticed that. What's the deal with YouTube removing the scroll bar?
When somebody recognizes the full worth and value of something about you or something that you're doing. Have you noticed what happens within you when somebody's so happy to receive something, when somebody has a yes to you? Now, have you noticed how much more compelled you are to do that thing for the person or to give that thing to the person?
Yeah.
Be that way around the person?
Yeah, I have.
The gratitude that somebody else has inspires you giving.
Yeah.
Now, the universe is just a macrocosm of what happens at that microcosmic level of people. The universe is so much more compelled, vibrationally speaking, to give in response to gratitude. Have you noticed what happens to you when somebody...
I actually agree with that, but I don't see her actually expressing this. You know what I mean?
By far not the first person that said that.
No, not at
not
all. And
even remotely
I say
close.
it all the time, actually.
Yeah.
I say it all the time.
You said it this morning.
Right. Right. Let's listen to that one more time, because I will actually give her the credit, to to saying certain positive things. But what
He
the fuck?
recognizes the full worth and value of something about you or something that you're doing. Have you noticed what happens within you when somebody's so happy to receive something, when somebody has a yes to you? Now, have you noticed how much more compelled you are to do that thing for the person or to give?
You see what she's doing right there, though? Like, real quick, what she's doing is she's pointing out that she's kind of painting a picture that it's a flaw.
Right.
Have you noticed how quick you are to be compelled to do something better for somebody else because you feel gratitude for them? She's kind of painting a picture that it's some sort of character flaw to do that. It's not. Because how do you lose? I mean, you might, in the sense of, somebody might be taking advantage of you, but it's a question of, do you give a shit if they're taking advantage of you? You know what I mean? Because me personally, when I express gratitude, I'm already prepared for somebody being, selfish, and that's okay. You know what I mean? I'm already okay with it. I'm like, whatever. That has nothing to do with why I'm doing what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Fuck you. If you're going to be a dick about it, that's on you. You have to deal with that. I'm already okay with the fact that I'm being grateful and expressing gratitude. You know what I mean? So for her to say this shit is just like,
Give that thing to the person or to be that way around the person? Yeah. The gratitude that somebody else has inspires you giving.
yeah.
Now, the universe is just a macrocosm of what happens at that microcosmic level of people.
What?
The universe is so much more compelled, vibrationally speaking, to give.
Okay, hold on a second. Did you make that word up?
Man, these people that are constantly going on about the whole vibrations of the universe drive me nuts.
All right, so microcosm, right? A community, place, or situation regarded as encapsulating in miniature the characteristic qualities or features of something much larger. Okay, that's weird. All right, so the definition of microcosm: a community, place, or situation regarded as encapsulating in miniature the characteristic qualities or features of something much larger. I want to know if she's misusing that word.
Give in response to gratitude. Have you noticed what happens to you when somebody recognizes the full worth and value of something about you or something that you're doing? Have you noticed what happens within you when somebody's so happy to receive something, when somebody has a yes to you?
Yeah.
Now, have you noticed how much more compelled you are to do that thing for the person or to give that thing to the person or to be that way around the person? Yeah. The gratitude that somebody else has inspires you giving. Now, the universe is just a macrocosm of what happens at that microcosmic level.
She's misusing that word. The
Yeah.
universe is not this microcosm, like based on the definition that I just saw. But that's not even the point. The point is she's trying to minimize gratitude. She's saying that, like, you might be wasting your time being grateful to someone else in some way, shape, or form. No, there's nothing wrong with being grateful. She's acting like you're being somewhat you're performing an injustice to yourself by being grateful to other people, because you feel this pleasure from being grateful. And it's really fucked up because she describes how nice it feels to be grateful. You know, she's describing that, you know, and she's minimizing it like as if there's something wrong with it. I refuse to believe that. Personally.
Gratitude begets gratitude. If you're grateful for something that someone's doing for you, they're going to want to do more for you. And in turn, you're going to want to do more for them.
Right.
If all people
and
work
if
that
you're
way.
if you're only focused on being grateful, you're never going to go wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
You're never going to go wrong. Like you're never going to be disappointed, you know. And here she is, like, acting like being grateful is some sort of warning sign to watch within yourself. You know, no, it's honestly, in theory, I believe that if you're only grateful all the time, you know what I mean? How can you ever be unhappy? I am personally of the belief that gratitude is the key to happiness. You know, and here she is acting like it's some sort of weak point. And I just don't see it that way. I don't know. I just don't see it that way. I don't know. Yeah, we just passed 4 hours, guys. I think I'm gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm about done too.
Yeah, if I'm gonna wake up tomorrow to to cover this trial some more, and Matt Bond, I hope you're gonna be there, and I hope you join me on panel.
I will.
And
just sent
Tim,
you
you're
in
welcome to as
the.
well. Tim, you're welcome to as well.
I got to do drywall all day tomorrow, but when I see you pop on, I'll
I'll have
probably
fun with
listen to
that.
the stream. I don't want to,
Right
but I
on.
got to do it.
No, man, and thank goodness for those who do drywall, man. Seriously.
I just sent you my email and Insta link in the message in here, so you can, if you want to send me the links through that rather than in the chat
Right.
for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you got swamped with people trying to join or whatnot,
Gotcha.
but if you need to
I
contact
may
me,
not
you've got my details
be
there.
on. I may not be on the minute that it starts either. You know, once I wake up and once I get my coffee and once I walk all the dogs and once I do all I got to do, I will be on. I promise.
I'll
And I
be
will
watching from the
covering this.
start, so if I need to catch you up, I will.
Right on. Beautiful. I love it. Hey, guys, Tim, Matt, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I
No
had a great
problem.
Been
time
great.
talking to you guys.
Thanks for
I
putting
love you.
me onto this
Teal
this
Swan. Yeah.
nutcase.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to deep dive in.
I'm gonna continue talking about her. Just like I said, I suggest everybody watch that documentary on Hulu.
That's
It's
probably what
called
I'll have streaming while I'm working until you pop on.
it's called The Deep End. So yeah. But guys, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
That's been great.
All right, I'll see you
I
guys
will
tomorrow.
catch you tomorrow.
Yep. Later.
All right, bye.
Later, man.
Guys, I'm gonna hop off. I am so tired. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.